and he'll be taking Mike Peterson's place. We'll start out this morning, bill introductions. Anyone have any bills? Seeing none, we'll start out with our budget hearings. We're going to start out with the Kansas Sentencing Commission. We'll have a staff overview by Nicole Rinchier, KLRD. Nicole, welcome committee.
Morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nicole Rincher, Fiscal Analyst with KLRD. I will be presenting the budget for the Kansas Sentencing Commission. You can find that in Volume 2 on page 463. While you're getting there, I wanted to give you just a little bit of background information for anybody not familiar with the Sentencing Commission. They were created to develop a sentencing guideline model based upon fairness and equity and to provide a mechanism for linking justice and correction policies. The Commission tracks and assesses sentencing impositions to develop prison population projections and legislative impacts. And then the Commission also administers the Substance Abuse Treatment Program, also referred to as Senate Bill 123, and the Recovery from Addiction Funded Treatment, or RAFT program. So we're going to get started with fiscal year 25. If you turn to the next page, the agency carried over $3.7 million in unspent SGF monies into fiscal year 25. The majority of these funds were allocated in the Senate Bill 123 program and not utilized before the end of the fiscal year. The LBC deleted $2.5 million SGF to partially remove the reappropriation, and the House concurred with this. It was only a partial reappropriation because if you turn to page 3, item 3, the agency had already lapsed $1.2 million SGF. And then I want to draw your attention to item 4, the official hospitality. The agency is requesting to increase the official hospitality expenditure limit to $3,000. The agency is not requesting any additional funds for this purpose. And then are there any questions before I move on to fiscal year 26?
Any questions on 25? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, starting with fiscal year 26, there was one enhancement request for 2.4 million SGF to account for inflation, competition, and increases in provider cost caps for 26. According to the agency, some cost caps have not changed since the beginning of the program, and the increase is necessary to address the rising costs of healthcare services. The House went with the governor's recommendation, which was to add 1.1 million to partially approve the enhancement request. You can see this on the green sheet on page 25. It's towards the top, fiscal year item 1, and then back to the budget summary, the item 2, the hospitality limitation increase again. And then that is all for fiscal year 26. Are there any questions?
Questions on 26? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Nicole, one question. Senator Petty.
So, Nicole, I know we're on a speed here. I lost one of my skis as I was looking. So did you say that the House did follow you mentioned they followed the governor's recommendation, of 1.1 for the provider rate increase, but did they also, on the hospitality limitation, did they take the governor's recommendation?
They did the agency's recommendation.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we'll have the agency presentation. Scott Schultz, Executive Director. Scott, welcome back to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Scott Schultz, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I am the Executive Director of the Sentencing Commission. This is my 14th session, for better or worse, and would like to talk with you about a couple things. Nicole, thank you for doing a great job of describing the backdrop of what the agency does. I would just say, add to that, we are the state statistical analysis center for the state of Kansas in terms of criminal justice. We handle millions of documents or cases in an effort to bring value to this body, as well as the governor's office, as well as other stakeholders in criminal justice. And so we can tell you about anything as it relates to criminal justice with regard to felony sentencing. I have three things that I wanted to talk about today. You have my testimony, and I'm not going to read that, but it relates specifically to the Senate Bill 123 program. Just to go back over it again, it is one of our two programs that we utilize to, it's a statewide program that pays for, we're essentially the bank that allows offenders that are in the criminal justice system that are convicted of possession of controlled substances, small sales, and now we've expanded it to non-drug offenses for them to be eligible for substance abuse treatment. We have 120 certified providers throughout the state that actually are certified with our office that actually provide these treatment services after they are ordered by the court. Part of the request of the $2.4 million in which we are requesting specifically is based upon the expansion of the program. The legislature has been kind enough to expand that program 3 times since 2019. The most recent in 2023, in which non-drug offenses were actually able to be eligible for this particular program. What is it? It's an 18-month treatment that individuals are, it's community-based, they are not in prison or jail, they actually are on probation, supervised by community corrections, and it's an 18-month program. During that time, they receive everything from inpatient to outpatient treatment. We pay for that. And so the increase obviously entails part of what I'm getting at, and there are twofold situations here. One, the reimbursement rates that we've have not changed since essentially 2003 when the Senate Bill 123 program was passed. As a result of that, we've fallen behind even block grant and Medicaid with regard to our reimbursement rates. And what that means is those providers are not as willing to take SB 123 folks. And these are folks that are not only addicted to substances, but they're also criminally involved in taking up resources in our justice system. So we believe that the program over time has proven itself. We had a University of Cincinnati study done several years ago, specific as to the performance of this particular program. These individuals who have completed the SB 123 program are 75% less likely to get a new conviction. That is fantastic, and that is why we should continue to support this program. One of the other issues, and you were going to probably hear this from the Secretary when he comes up in a little bit, is that part of our job as the Sentencing Commission is to do prison population projections. What that looks like at this point is COVID was a lifesaver in terms of prison population. It wasn't obviously with other things, but it was a lifesaver because the prison population went down. We're back on the trajectory that's pre-COVID, that we are looking at a 28.4% increase in the next 10 years. What does that mean for us and the taxpayers? That means that we will need, in addition to the around 400 beds that a new Hutch facility would actually provide, we will need almost another 500 beds in addition to that. That's another prison. So this makes the Senate Bill 123 program even more important because providing treatment to these folks, of which a majority of them either have substance abuse or mental health issues, will then keep them from being revoked to prison and taking beds that should be reserved for more serious offenders. We've also asked to do something that's a standard already in the substance abuse treatment community, and that is medication-assisted treatment. What that is it's utilizing medications for opioids as well as alcohol to treat those particular individuals in conjunction with the counseling that they'd be receiving in a clinical setting. This results in in results that they're half as likely to relapse, and it's cost effective. To the tune of, for every dollar that is spent in this, $2 to $10 is actually saved with regard to reducing criminal activity, arrests, probation revocations, healthcare costs, those type of things. So that is the rationale. The program, as I said, is expanding, and that is the reason for, I've listed on the attachment in the back those reimbursement rates that we've requested in the attachment 1 that totals $2.4 million. The other two items are issues that actually came up after we submitted the budget. The second item is the compensation for legislative pay. As many of you know, we actually have 4 legislators on our commission. We also have 2 public members. They too receive legislative pay as part of the statute. We are in discussions right now with the revisor as well as Department of Administration as to whether or not those individuals actually should receive the new increased legislative pay for board and commission service, or whether they should still receive the standard pay that they were receiving. I think it was $88 prior to that. Part of the issue is it's almost 100% increase, of which we didn't budget for 25 or 26. And so what you see in here is an increase of, no, it's not that much, 10,000 in 25, 13,000 in 26, but it still takes a toll on a very tight budget that we already have. Finally, when the House actually, as part of 2007 substitute House bill, did the budget reduction of 1.5%, our budget had already gone through, and we did not have an opportunity to actually respond to that. Would like to do that at this time. This particular reduction, while not seeming like that much, essentially decimates our ability to our plan to prepare for a cyber attack. We have spent a lot of time. The administration has certainly made it a point to not only look at cyber readiness, but also the continuity of operations plan. Those have been emphasized. I've shared with some of you the fact that I have spent probably more this last year, on this particular topic than I have in the 13 or 14 years that I've served prior to this. And as a result, we had budgeted for more things with those funds to be able to do that, to the tune of about $31,000. You have that table in my testimony that covers those costs, of which we will not be able to do if the reduction occurs. I think the phrase, or the business phrase that we sometimes hear, you got to spend money to make money. That's a great term for private sector. I've kind of translated that in the state context to you got to spend money to save money. And in the Senate Bill 123 situation, the program itself has been shown for every dollar to save $4. Adding MAT, or the medication-assisted treatment, would potentially be another $2 to $10 on top of that we would be saving for every dollar that is spent by the taxpayers. In this situation, it would be a good spend. We would ask for that 2.4 as an enhancement. We will also ask for that $31,000 as an enhancement in 26, and I'd be happy to stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand it right, the House deleted $3.7 million in reimbursement. Is that correct?
It is. That's part of the global reappropriation. That was part of what the agency's portion was.
So you're not asking to put that back. All you're asking for is 2.4.
Mr. Chair, Senator, we would be open to any creative situation that would be available to us. Thank you.
Senator Owens.
I'm going to dig into that a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, at least according to research, you self-lapsed 1.2 of that 3.7. So that was an agency decision to lapse that because obviously you recognize you didn't need that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that leaves us with 2.4, as I understand, that was lapsed by the Legislative Budget Committee, correct?
Yes.
And the House actually added back 1.1 of that 2.4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that leaves us really at an agency deficiency of 1.3. My question is, if we restored that 1.3, would that get you to where you need to be to fulfill your, the request, the SB 123 shortage that exists to move the agency forward in '26?
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, we would be able to accomplish those reimbursements as well as the MAT that I discussed with you.
Very good, thank you. I will just put it out there that I intend to make that motion when we're ready to work this budget. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Scott.
Thank you, sir.
Committee, I'd point out, we also have written comments from Stuart Little Behavioral Health Association of Kansas. Next, we'll go to the Kansas Department of Corrections Systems. We'll have staff overview with Nicole Renscher. Okay, Renscher. Got it right the first time, sorry.
Okay, good morning again, Chairman and members of the committee. Nicole Renscher, Fiscal Analyst with KLRD. I will be presenting on the Kansas Department of Corrections, which is in Volume 2, page 435. Scott's a little taller than me, sorry. I will also be referring to the green sheet at times, so the Department of Corrections starts on page 22 of your green sheet. Okay. All right. Are we ready?
Yes,
Okay.
please proceed.
If you turn to the next page, we'll get started with the fiscal year 25 analysis. The agency carried over $20.4 million in unspent SGF monies into fiscal year 25, and then an additional $32.7 million SGF was included in the 24 legislative approved amount. So for the reappropriations, we have the evidence-based juvenile program, where the agency reappropriated $38.2 million, including the $32.7 in planned reappropriations. The LBC deleted $38.2 million to remove the reappropriations, and then the House added back $28.2. This is item 1 on your green sheet, therefore lapsing only $10 million. On to the next page. Still with the reappropriations, the agency reappropriated $10 million SGF due to funds for the Lansing Correctional Facility Career Campus being appropriated too late in the fiscal year and being unable to secure matching funds. The LBC deleted this reappropriation, which the House then restored. And then operations, the agency reappropriated $4.9 million for expenditures in other operating accounts. These accounts include treatment programs, equipment replacement, capital improvements, local jail payments, purchase of services, and other operating expenditures. The LBC deleted $4 million of this, and the House concurred with that. Other fund reappropriations, the agency reappropriated $188,000, all from the Correctional Institutions Building Fund. The agency did not have any supplemental requests. For the other changes, I did just want to point out the shrinkage reduction. The agency deleted $19.5 million SGF for shrinkage reduction across all facilities. So the 24 legislature approved a KDOC system-wide request to reduce the shrinkage rate to 5%. These funds were transferred from the central office budget to the facilities. So while there is a decrease in the KDOC central office budget, there is a corresponding increase in the facilities budget. Would you like me to go over the other changes, or I can move on to the other House adjustment before moving on to fiscal year 26?
Are there any questions? Seeing that, just
Okay, so the House adjustment is item 3 to add $5.4 million SGF to fully fund the medical contract. Item 3, so this was not in the initial agency request because they were still negotiating their medical contract at the time of submission. Okay, and now I can move on to fiscal year 26. So page 439, the first enhancement request was to fully fund the medical contract. The agency's initial request was 2.8 million to fully fund the healthcare contract. Because they were still negotiating the contract at the time, that number increased to 8.3 million, which the House added in, as was also the governor's recommendation. The next page, item 2, the agency requested 1.7 million SGF to fully fund the food service contract. The governor recommended this and the House added this in. Item 3, the agency requested 3 million SGF for TCF building medical, for the Topeka Correctional Facility building debt service. The 24 legislature authorized the agency to obtain bond financing for the construction of a medical/support services building at TCF. Bonds were issued in fiscal year 25, and the funding is requested for the debt service payments, which will begin in fiscal year 26. The governor's recommendation was to add this debt service payment to the Department of Administration, along with 2 other debt service payments, I believe, which the House concurred with. This is item 3 on page 23. I apologize. It's not on there. Sorry. Oh, it's not on there. It'll be on the Department of Correction or Department of Administration. I apologize. Item 4.
Nicole, excuse me.
Yes.
So is it in or you said?
It is, sorry, it is item 1, page 5. It's in the Department of Administration. So, page 5, item 1, part of the 25A, I believe, yes, Series 2025A debt service. It's at the very top of the page.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
sorry. Yes, apologies for that confusion. Item 4, the agency requested 8.6 million SGF to fund deferred rehab and repair projects. Rehab and repair projects are funded through an appropriation from the Correctional Institutions Building Fund, and statute caps the amount transferred at 4.8 million, less a portion that is appropriated to the Department of Administration. The governor's recommendation was to add 4 million, and that is what the House did. That is page 22, item 2. Item 5 on page 440 of the budget summary, the agency requests an additional 453 million SGF to build a new Hutchinson Correctional Facility. The current facility no longer complies with standard safety requirements, lacks the ability to effectively cool and heat living units, and requires extensive maintenance. This was not added by the House, and this was not recommended by the governor. Item 6, select LCF raising projects. The agency requests an additional 5.5 million SGF to demolish select buildings within the old Lansing Correctional Facility. The removal of these buildings will make space for other buildings, such as the Lansing Career Campus and a new warehouse. This was not added by the House. This was recommended by the governor using state institution building funds rather than SGF funds. Same with item 7, the agency requests an additional 5.5 million SGF to construct a 25,000 square foot metal warehouse at LCF, not added by the House, but recommended by the governor using SIBF. Item 8 of the budget summary, the agency requests an additional 5.5 million SGF to convert the H-Storm into a work release area at Topeka Correctional Facility. Renovation of the old KCI showroom would provide 40 work release beds separate from general population residents. This was not added by the House, and this was not recommended by the governor. Item 9, new laundry at TCF. Agency requests an additional 4.3 million SGF to construct a new laundry building at TCF. Currently, laundry services are consolidated with the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, with operations taking place at KJCC. The new laundry would be located within the INJ unit to provide jobs to higher security residents who are ineligible for private industries program. This was not added by the House, and this was not recommended by the governor. And then that is the end of the enhancement requests. There were some House changes on page 23. These are items 4, 5, and 6. The O'Connell's Children's Shelter, the House added language directing the agency to appropriate 1 million SGF using existing evidence-based juvenile program funds to the O'Connell Children's Shelter for fiscal year 26. This was just a House addition. It was not included by the governor or anything. JAG-K funding increase, item 5, add language to transfer an additional 2 million SGF from the evidence-based juvenile program to the Jobs for America's Graduates Kansas program for fiscal year 26. This was also recommended by the governor. And then item 6, reduce CIBF to available. Delete 100,000, all from special revenue funds, to reduce the CIBF funds to available funds for fiscal year 26. This was also a governor recommendation. And then before we finish, I do want to just draw your attention to a handout that you got. Let me pull it out real quick. It is this handout that you got. It looks like the very back page of the budget summary. It is a KDOC system-wide reference using the House numbers rather than the LBC numbers, so that you can compare what the agency request is to what the House did. Really, the House, in terms of the facilities, the House generally concurred with the facilities, other than in fiscal year 25. El Dorado Correctional Facility, they deleted 382,000 SGF in reappropriations. For Hutchinson Correctional Facility, they deleted 581,000 SGF in reappropriations. And at KJCC, they deleted 2,000 SGF in reappropriations. Are there any questions?
Questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in my previous life, I was the corrections of the chair of corrections juvenile justice over in the House. So I have some questions on the use of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Fund, the JJOC fund. So help me understand, as from what I'm reading, there's ultimately at this point 10 million lapsed from that fund. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, following up on that, help me understand in 26 this language. Directing the agency to appropriate 1 million SGF using evidence-based juvenile program funds. Those seem to conflict in my mind. Is it SGF dollars or is it evidence-based juvenile program funds that were used?
So the evidence-based juvenile program funds is an SGF account.
Okay, so it was specifically pulled out of there. So it's not the 10 million that was lapsed.
No, the 10 million that was lapsed was in fiscal year 25. The O'Connell Children's Shelters in fiscal year 26.
Okay, so that's a total of 13 million between those 2 years that has come out of that fund. Lapsing 10 and then 1 and 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I hope to make some changes to that a little bit later.
And I believe the agency will be speaking on that when they do their presentation.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Nicole. Next, we will have agency presentation with Keith Bradshaw, Executive Director of Contracts and Finance. Keith, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Keith Bradshaw, Executive Director of Contracts and Finance for the Department of Corrections. We appreciate the opportunity to come here today to discuss a little bit about the budget that was passed out by the House. I know you all are pressed for time and have a lot of work ahead of you, so I'll try to be brief. You should have a copy of our slide deck, which I'll be working off of for this. And there's a couple other documents in there that will go into a little bit more detail regarding some of the budget issues we'll be discussing today. So to start off, I do want to talk a little bit about the population projections that Mr. Schultz already addressed. Population is our biggest driver for our budget. This current fiscal year, we've seen the population grow 2.2% since July 1st, and that's coming off a 5.3% increase in the population from fiscal year 23 to 24. On slide 4 is a graph that shows the population projections. The orange portion of that line is the Sentencing Commission's projection over the next 10 years. And based on those projections, we anticipate that the population will exceed capacity sometime during fiscal year 2028. That is based on current statute and on the governor's recommendation. Changes in funding that would reduce program capacity could impact that date that the population would exceed capacity, as well as any legislation that passes that changes sentencing laws. I will say also that the female population is growing at a quicker rate than the male population. And based on current estimates, it appears sometime during fiscal year 26, the female population will exceed our current capacity. Moving into the budget that was passed out by the House, our all funds budget, as recommended by the appropriations bill, is $616 million for the KDOC system. We are largely funded by the SGF. 94% of that $616 million is state general fund appropriation. We receive less than 1% of our budget through federal funding. Much of that is very targeted and restricted in how we can use that, and generally speaking, cannot be used for any type of agency operations. Likewise, our special revenue funds have very restricted parameters in statute on how those can be utilized. And then, of course, we have the inmate benefit fund, which receives revenue from commissions on phone calls, on commissary sales and tablet usage, and those funds are then reinvested and utilized to fund the education contracts for the population, as well as some other reentry programs. Drilling down into the state general fund portion of the budget, that 94%, 56% of our budget is dedicated towards facility operations, and this is simply just staffing for the facilities, utility costs, transportation, clothing, just the daily day-to-day operations of the facilities. When we add in the healthcare services and food service for the population, we have 77% of our total SGF budget that's dedicated simply to incarceration. And that's the basic housing and basic care for the resident population. The rest of the budget is then includes our parole services out in the community, juvenile services, community corrections, some additional SGF funding for offender programs that help keep that recidivism rate where it is at today, which is about 25%. House Bill 2007 does address many of the items that were in the governor's recommendation. As Nicole had mentioned, it does fully fund health care for the department as well as the food service contract. It adds $4 million into our rehab and repair budget to continue to address some of our backlog on capital projects and improvements that are identified in our 5-year capital improvements plan, and does include a pay increase for state employees to help, again, keep our folks in line with the market, which these past pay plans have done a tremendous job of helping us recruit and retain staff. I think our current average vacancy rate for the year, fiscal year for uniform staff is around 190, whereas a few years ago, we were around 450 open positions in any given day. So the pay plans have helped us out considerably. Moving on to slide 8, the first budget item I wanted to talk about in the House bill was the reappropriation lapses. The House did restore some of the initial proposed lapses. However, there are about $15 million worth of lapses still in the appropriations bill. I do have this split out between 2 fiscal years, focusing on the fiscal year 25 portion. That totals $4.1 million. These are all funds that we have either already expended or we have current contracts in place already and those funds obligated, or we will have those funds obligated fairly soon. That includes $2.5 million that we have paid out to the mayor for juvenile substance abuse treatment facility in South Central Kansas, and some capital projects through our priority capital improvements plan. We do have 3 facilities whose reappropriations are currently being lapsed in the bill. And as part of our budget process in the summer and early fall, we will review the agency needs and make budget adjustments that are incorporated into our revised request that you will all eventually see as the Gov's rec. those three facilities, we pulled those reappropriations out of their budgets and reallocated to other areas within the KDOC budget. So those funds are no longer exist in those facility budgets. Lapse in those funds has the effect of being a reduction to their base level funding. And with facility budgets being 85% staffing, we'd most likely look at having to deliberately hold open positions in order to make that up in these last 4 months of the fiscal year to realize those reductions. For fiscal year 26, I'll speak on that a little bit. These are funds we intended to reappropriate to the next fiscal year, and these are for the evidence-based programs fund. So on page, or we're on slide nine now. These funds, again, were intended to reappropriate to fund programs that had been approved by the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. So coupled with this lapse, on top of the additional required spending in proviso, the $2 million that we're required to spend on juvenile crisis intervention centers, that's in statute, and pending legislation in the House that would require $10 million be dedicated towards group home payments. That's a total of $18 million that would be coming out of the evidence-based programs fund. But we would be short about $6.6 million of available funding in order to meet those new mandatory requirements, as well as the current spending plan put in place by JJOC. So at the end of the day, we're looking at $6.6 million in reductions in grants to communities or programs in the community for the youth that are being served in the community. And again, Senate Bill 367's intent was to keep those low and moderate risk youth in the community where they're better served, to get better outcomes. They're staying in contact with those pro-social influences that they have, whether it's school, pro-social family members, and so forth. And so as those funds are drawn down, we have fewer services for those youth to gain access to. Assuming that this stays in place going into fiscal year 2027, that $18 million of mandatory spending will exceed what the base level funding is for the fund. Our base appropriation to this fund is only $13.5 million. So we'll be at, by 27, eliminating all those evidence-based programs out in the community as a result of this. There is a handout in your materials. Goes a little bit more detail about the various programs that we fund and some of the grant programs that we have out there and the impact on the communities if we were in that situation that we had to eliminate those going into 27. Next item I want to talk about briefly was the vacant position funding provisions in the bill. So the House bill does exempt all the correctional facilities, which is a huge benefit for us. That's about a third or 2/3 of our FTE complement. It does not, however, exempt the 488 positions within the central office budget, which includes parole and reentry services. So parole officers and our program providers who are actually working the facilities, deliver programming to the resident population, that's about 45% of the total FTE within the central office budget. The program providers, they're the ones who provide such services as sex offender programming and cognitive behavioral treatment to the resident population. And that not only helps us maintain a lower recidivism rate, but it also allows those residents to earn early release program credit. So if we start losing some more of these positions there, that's fewer individuals getting the early release program credit. And now that intersection of the population and capacity starts shifting a little bit further to the left on our graph, and we're looking sooner than later having to go into either contract beds in the counties or out-of-state contract beds to accommodate the population growth until we can get some new capacity added online within our system. Some of the other concerns we have with how this is structured is that it is simply a snapshot in time. It says June 30th, what positions do we have open, as opposed to looking at a time frame of 90 or 180 days that a position's been vacant. So in effect, what happens is we have a lot of people who promote within our system. Someone who goes from parole officer 1 to, say, a parole officer 2. If someone happens to promote a couple weeks before that date, that June 30th date, that position, that individual just vacated is now subject to being the funding swept from our budget, and then we not be able to fill that position that just became vacant through promotion. I will also speak a little bit to the shrinkage concept, because I think there's some perception that our agency budgets are fully funded for 100% staffing the entire year, and so this really shouldn't have an impact. So with the shrinkage adjustments that are included in agency budgets, that takes into account the anticipated turnover that we're going to have. So for KDOC, we utilize a 5% shrinkage rate, which we then apply to what the total cost would be if we had every position filled the entire fiscal year. And so what essentially that means is the budget we submit and is currently reflected in the House bill represents 95% funding for all of our FTE. So we're already factoring in the vacancies that are going to occur, and those savings have already been accounted for in our budget. Next, I'll speak to the 1.5% budget reduction in the bill. This would exempt all aid local and other assistance, debt service payments, and capital improvements. So those portions of the budget would be excluded from the calculation. For KDOC, that remaining portion of the budget is largely for contractual services and for salaries and wages. Over 50% of our budget is dedicated to salaries and wages, and the third is for contractual services. Drilling down, we're on slide 14 now. If you drill that contractual services budget down, when we look at that, the bulk of that is what I would call non-discretionary spending. It's the healthcare contract, it's the food service contract, and it's the Lansing Correctional Facility lease with Core Civic, which really functions no different than debt service. So all in total, that's $138 million of our budget that really we would not be able to apply this reduction to. Those are three items we absolutely have to fund. And so the impact of that, by taking those off the table, the effective budget cut for the department would be 2.1% system-wide, or a 4.5% cut for central office, which again includes parole and reentry services. The grand total of this 1.5% reduction is about $7.6 million. To accommodate that reduction, we'd have to look at, again, because our budget is so largely dedicated to salaries and wages, we could hold open 95 positions the entire year, above and beyond what might be lost through the position funding sweep to accommodate that. And that would include about 56 positions within the correctional facilities that would be held open. We could also look at reducing or eliminating some of our SGF-funded reentry and offender program contracts. The grand total of that is only $4.7 million, so we can eliminate all those, still not quite get there, and need to do some additional position vacancy savings as well. Another option that's on the table is, even though aid to locals and other assistance is exempted from the calculation of the 1.5% reduction, we could still look at reducing grant payments and then backfilling those savings into our operating budget, so we can not reduce as many positions or contracts for services. And the last item I'll speak to very briefly is the one item not included in the one item of the governor's recommendation, not included in the House bill, and that was the two capital projects that Nicole had mentioned at Lansing. That involves the raising of some of the structures at Lansing on the old maximum security campus, as well as the minimum security unit, the east unit, and then constructing a new warehouse to replace the warehouse that would be part of the demolition of the old facility. The current structures used by the museum for the historical tours would remain in place as part of this. And by tearing down the old maximum security facility, that gives us the space needed to construct the career campus. They were currently working on soliciting some private funding to help construct that. So with that, Mr. Chair, I know I threw a lot at the committee here very briefly, so I'll at this point stop and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Keith. Questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation, Keith. So a little bit of history, maybe for those members that aren't quite as familiar with the Kansas Department of Corrections and some of the things that the Kansas Department of Corrections has been through since COVID. I had a chance to work with the Secretary and his staff as we faced shortages in our prison system that were so extensive that it was forcing people to work double time and extended time. And this created a huge strain. We went through a period, if I remember correctly, we're down somewhere around 450 employees system-wide.
Correct.
Through the work of this legislature, we have gotten that returned finally back to, what, around 100 vacancies?
Around 190 on average.
Okay.
This year.
So it has taken extensive amount of work to get our prisons back to being staffed, get our reentry, our parole, and things like that. And so I'm concerned that what has been done thus far in this budget is going to take us back in the wrong direction. The reality, at least as I see it, is we like to hold people accountable, right? When people commit a crime, they need to go to jail. That's part of the process. Now, granted, we have different programs beforehand to keep them from going and after to help them return to society. But when we as a legislature say that we want people to spend time in prison, we have to make sure that there is prison beds for them. And if we start going the wrong direction with this budget now, at a time where we just heard from Scott Schultz with the Sentencing Commission, where we're seeing increases in the people that are being sent to prison, we're going to find ourselves in a situation that, if you recall, we were in a few years back where we spent $40 million sending prisoners out of state to Arizona because we didn't have the money. And so kind of like our contract nursing problem that we're trying to dig ourselves out of now, let's not create a contract prison problem by not taking care of this budget. So we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could help me understand where we're at as far as new correctional officer hirees and when they get hired, what's kind of the span? I'm hearing that lots of times it's short-lived. They don't stay very long, and what we're doing to correct that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So to answer your question, we've done quite a bit of study on this over the years, and consistently have found that that first 2 years is the critical piece of this. If someone stays with us 2 years, they're more than likely going to stay with us long-term. So it's getting those individuals to be able to realize the benefits of the department. It's helping them understand just the nature of the work, being more employer-friendly as best we possibly can on that. And the large part of it is getting the staffing into a good place to where, unfortunately, it's the new hires are the ones that are always getting held over for mandatory overtime, having to work weekends, having to work the holidays. They're also the ones that probably have a family and would like to go to their son's baseball game as well. So it's trying to keep the staffing levels up high enough to where we're not having to mandate that overtime and holding people over, and which, as we know, with the vacancy rates start going up, we're having to take those measures, and those new folks decide this is not for me. I have no family life whatsoever. I'm never at home, and they move on to somewhere else. That's the critical piece for us, is making sure we keep those vacancy rates as low as possible for our staff.
Senator Cluse.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what would that percentage look like of new hirees? And okay, so keeping them over 2 years, but are they leaving within 3 months, 6 months of hiring? I'm just trying to see where that's at.
I think we have that. We don't have it with us, but we can find that information out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. When you was talking about this increase we're going to have, how did that, what was that based on? Our population hasn't changed. Is it COVID related? Is it your thinking, looking at the national scene? I'm just wondering how you decide that increase is coming.
Right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the population did dip during COVID as the court shut down. So our admissions tailed off considerably while discharges continue at the normal rate. So we did have that dip, and now we're back in that upswing. Part of what we're seeing is the stacking effect. So it's not so much we have more people coming in. There is that growth because of the COVID courts shut down, haven't been lifted, but individuals are staying longer with us, and so we have more coming in than we have coming out on the backside, if you will. Mr. Schultz might have some more details on some of the nuances and the projections that led to the projections going up as sharply as they have over the 10-year period. But that's the large piece, is that simply they're just staying longer with us, and of course each session, as new laws are passed that provide for enhanced sentencing, that just adds more individuals who are either a new crime that could be committed and then sentenced for, or an existing crime for which the sentence could be enhanced, and they stay longer with us than they would have had prior to that legislation.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keith, thank you. You provided with a lot of information, but could you elaborate a little bit more on you mentioned that 94% of corrections budget is from SGF, and how that 1.2% overly or adversely impacts your operations?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So again, our budget We don't have some of the flexibility other agencies might have to have, like user fees to help us support their budget, or federal grants, matching funds that are used for operations. In general, corrections agencies throughout the nation, state corrections agencies are largely funded by state dollars. So when we're looking at that, we have, again, 94% of our budget come from SGF. 3/4 of that's dedicated to just the incarceration costs, housing residents, providing them food service, providing them medical care. And then so with some of our mandatory or non-discretionary spending, if you will, that food service, healthcare cost, and the lease with Lansing for Core Civic, or Core Civic lease for Lansing, those are items we cannot touch. We cannot apply that 1.5% budget reduction to. We have to provide that. So that reduces the total pool available of SGF funding that we can apply that 1.5% to. So what in effect that means is we go from a 1.5% cut to 2.1% cut on the remaining portion of our SGF budget. That's the effective budget cut, if you will. And then just so we focus in on the central office portion of the budget, that amounts to a 4.5% effective budget cut for us, because we have to hold those contracted services out of the mix when we apply the reduction.
Other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, in the prison system today in Kansas, how many undocumented immigrants do we have there, and what kind of cost to keep them in prison? Just wondering if you had any kind of numbers on that.
I don't have current numbers on us today. I can get those for you. What I can't, and we don't distinguish between a different type of resident, whether they're age, gender, documented status. But what I can say is our average daily cost to house someone in a KDOC facility is about $110 a day. And what the marginal cost is, which would represent how much more it costs to add one resident to the population, or conversely, how much we save by removing one from the population, that marginal cost is $11.11 a day.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Keith. Appreciate you being here today. Committee, I'd also point out we have written by Bonnie Lowe, Gina Meyer, and Stuart Little. Committee, we're going to work on a few of our report outs today. We're going to start out with the Adjutant General's Department. And did anyone have any questions on that budget, or any things that they wanted to add or subtract? Senator Owens.
Mr. Chairman, if I could get the proviso that I had prepared handed out for everyone to look at, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, before we start, could we have staff tell us which book we're in and what pages we're on the green page?
We certainly can. And there is a
It is volume 2, page 398. Page 22 of the green sheet.
We'll give everybody a couple minutes to look them over. Senator Owens, whenever you're ready, you can explain your amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let's go ahead and start out with the $1.6 million proviso. If you'll look on page 400, line or number 3, you will see that $1.6 million. What we heard was that was deleted. And these are literally disasters that are in process. These are used not only to assist in the drawdown of the federal funds for these disasters, but much of this money has already been, promised, intended, committed. And so my first motion, simply put, is to ensure that this $1.6 million is returned so that we can draw down the other $12 million that is coming from the federal government. And this is in the year 2025, Mr. Chairman. And I would make that motion.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Senator Petty. Discussion? Questions? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My other motion, let's move to take a look at that 7.4 and let me find that here. Bear with me just one second. I'm pulling up my notes on this one. All right, Mr. Chairman, so this amendment restores $400,000 in funding. And if I remember correctly, my request was $500 in SGF. So $400,000 in funding for the Kansas Emergency Management Operations FY25. If we look back on item number 2, FY25, this actually, the funds will compensate the Kansas Emergency Department of Management for a 9% cut in federal emergency management performance grants for the year. So ensuring that our Kansas Department of Emergency Management is funded in 2025, we have seen the amount of natural disasters and emergencies these folks have had to deal with over the past years, and I want to ensure that that $400,000 is returned so that they can continue to prepare for future disasters. And I'll go ahead and make that motion.
We have a motion. We have a second. Senator Fag seconds. Questions and discussion? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wanting to make certain I'm clear. I heard fiscal year 2025, but it looks like the balloon is fiscal year 26. Just seeking clarification.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we're on page 400, line 2, or item number 2, and I believe that is the 2025 budget. Is that correct? Okay, so, thank you. And if I may take a second to just thank legislative research and our advisors so much. Like, trying to keep all of this stuff together, it would be absolutely impossible without them. So just to clarify this, so this is restoring the 400 in 25, and then the 500 in 26. So you see the 400 kind of lined out, but you see the additional 500 on line 12 on the proviso. So just wanted to make sure that we're clear on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That clarifies.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
President Masterson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd appreciate if people would disclose what funding source, so that that's just if it's SGF or Special Revenue Fund as I track along. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Owens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is from the SGF. That's where it was originally taken from, or lapsed back into, and where we're taking it back from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Opposed? Motion carries. Any other provisos for this budget? Seeing none, if someone would like to make a motion to. Senator Owens.
Since I was the one that did the provisos, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we pass out the Adjutant General's budget for 2025 and 2026 as amended.
We have a motion. We have a second. Senator Erickson seconds. Questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll go to the Board of Barbering. Anyone have any changes on the Board of Barbering or questions or discussion?
I would just ask staff to give us the green sheets and the book.
Can we get what page on the in the book and the green sheet, please?
The Board of Barbering is in volume 1, page 258. And on the green sheets, it is on page 2.
Okay, everyone's got their pages and their sheets. Is there any changes or questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the Board of Cosmetology. And we don't need to make motions to pass these out individually, so we're just, no changes, we're done. Okay, the next one would be the Board of Cosmetology.
The Board of Cosmetology is on volume 1, page 279, and page 3 in the shorthand.
We'll give a few minutes. It's a different volume, so everybody can get their books. Pardon me? Some of them didn't have one, so they're just getting them. Are there any questions or discussion for the cosmetology? Any changes? Senator Petty.
I just have a question for staff. Could you remind me again why, or was there a rationale for the deletion of that 118,877 from the cosmetology fee fund?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Jacob Klesby, Legislative Research. The deletion of the 118,000, that was in fiscal year 2026. That is related to a deletion of all adjusted budget requests for that fiscal year. So anything that the agency had requested that exceeded the initial amount of 1.3 million approved by the legislature was removed by the House.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the Kansas State Treasurer. Can we get the pages, please? Okay.
It is volume 1, page 51, and page 10 in the shorthand.
Discussion on state treasury. Okay. I have a proviso that was provided by the state treasurer. There was some language in there for 19, pardon me? Is this the one who wanted to delete the language? That's what this. Or somebody else can do that, or should I? Okay, I'll just do it. Give everybody a minute till they have time to see what this is. The state treasurer's asked that we remove this language, lines 30 through 43, and on to the back on 1 through 8. The intent of this section is to remove the money available to be expended in the Kansas Housing Link Deposit Program and reappropriate them for a housing grant program. However, the funds available for the Kansas Housing Link Deposit Loan Program are not available to be expended, as the program is an investment directive for the Kansas idle funds. Questions? would make a motion to delete this language. Second by Senator Clays. Discussion, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, excuse me, Senator Petty?
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had noticed on the green sheet, but then I think this matches what your, the proviso is, but are those, where are these funds from? Are these SGF, or these, what are these?
These funds were in a, let's see what it says here. They're in the Kansas Housing Link Deposit Loan Program is where they had moved these, but the Housing Grant Program, however, the funds are available for the Housing Link Deposit Loan Program are not available to expend.
Can
So they're in some fund they have there, and I don't know, they didn't tell me which one. It's a revolving loan fund.
These current, I mean, these funds have come from the revolving loan fund from the Kansas Housing Authority, or could staff clarify that? Oh, there he is. Staff is there.
Pardon me? David, can you help us out here?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was in the conversation. What was the question?
The senator asked where these funds are coming from.
The funds identified here were monies that were in the Kansas Housing Link Deposit Loan Program, or would be expended through that program. That's part of the state's idle funds that sit with PMIB. There is in statute, there's a Housing Link Deposit Loan Program that's not being utilized, but this is ultimately state idle funds with PMIB.
It's idle funds. PMIB.
Funds that have been put into this account that we're now deleting. Is this correct?
David? Dial in, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the funds that we're talking about here are not, they're not a fund, okay? They are monies that sit in the various special revenue funds, state general funds, any funds that are not currently expended, okay, in any particular fiscal year. And all it does is over at the state treasurer's office, they sort of put a fence around them and say, hey, we're going to invest these funds for this purpose. But those funds actually belong and are in a bunch of other different accounts throughout the state. So, they could be, well, they're not state highway funds, but they could be bank commissioner fee funds, or they could be SGF accounts for our department. They could be any different purpose. So it's not an actual fund per se. It's kind of like investments held in a bank is more the way to think about it.
Other questions for Dylan? Senator Petty.
So with this proviso, we are removing those, they're just staying in the bank, or they're not going to be in that bank account?
So they'll just stay in the bank. So if you remove the language, the monies just stay in the bank. And then at that point.
Other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we see specific locations this money would go to, has that been promised, or it would just be available if they decided they wanted to tap into it?
Can you tell?
In the stricken language, we can see, starting with Sabetha, housing infrastructure, and then it reads on, was named several.
I'm sorry, I was not a party to the negotiations about, so I couldn't really answer the questions about what promises have or have not been made regarding those funds.
Okay, I wasn't asking you then.
Good.
Does someone know the answer, Mr. Chairman?
I'm not sure. Do you know? Senator Clays.
So this was an item that was added in the House, and I think because the source of funds are not necessarily available in liquid and meet the restrictions that are on those funds, there needs to be potentially another source for whatever projects were contemplated using these funds. And so it was asked that we simply remove it,
I appreciate that.
both by the bringer of it and by the state treasurer.
The understanding that it was added by the House and gives us opportunity for discussions with the House. All right, good, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the proviso, seconded by Senator Clays. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few of them for the state treasurer. We'll start out with pregnancy resource centers. This is a proviso that's been entered the past couple of years at $2 million. The proviso today will be at $6 million in SGF for 2026 for the pregnancy resource centers. I mean, it's on. I don't know what else to do for you here. We could amp up the volume, I guess. The sweet sounds of the 70s. All right. I will holler louder into the mic. So that is $6 million for the Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Program. It is a program that's been in effect for the past few years. We've been funding it at $2 million. They've reached that and now are seeking to have a larger ceiling as they add more pregnancy compassion centers across the state. So $6 million is the ask.
Questions and discussion. Senator Fagg. Oh, second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Questions and discussion. Senator Petty.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So is this all SGF funding?
Senator Clays.
Yes, it's been SGF the entire time. Yes.
Yes. Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Two opposed, okay. You want to be recorded? Okay. Motion carries. Oh, we're still going, okay. Senator Clays.
Take the mic away from me yet. Let's do the Aviation Jobs Fund. I believe do we have a handout on that? That might be a little easier if you have it in front of you. But I'll describe it while they're handing it out. Essentially, we take $50 million from the Build Kansas Matching Grant Fund that is not being expended, and we use that instead to fund a revolving loan fund that will, oh goodness, this is very directional. That is a revolving loan fund that would be used for the creation of aviation jobs. In the past couple of years, with a lot of federal money coming down, we have issued many grants to different organizations for job growth, and that's been very helpful in creating jobs. However, with that coming to a conclusion, this would be a setup that would require repayment of those funds that are used to grow jobs in our state, specifically in the aviation sector. This would be $50 million one time, and then would be in a revolving nature. It would be run by the state treasurer, who would set the parameters of the length of those loans and would set the interest rates of those loans.
Senator Erickson. Okay, so that was a motion and a second by Senator Erickson. Now we're discussing. Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the maker of the motion, if I recall in years past, we have appropriated money to Wichita, and specifically Wichita State for an MRO facility, Salina, and possibly K-State for an MRO facility. Are those going to be turned into loans to be repaid now? Or are we only going to start loaning money for those projects going forward?
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, this would be, this is forward-looking, so this would be any of the projects that come online after that. They don't necessarily need to be a construction project, however. Some of the loans may be used to ramp up employment, et cetera, to take on the new aircraft as they come into the state. There are only a couple of places where this activity occurs, and so we're in a position right now to take advantage of the fact that we're one of 2 locations in America that paints planes, for instance. So those opportunities sit in front of us, and the current environment makes it very difficult to bring those jobs to Kansas because of how interest rates exist today. So this fund would assist with these companies being able to bring those online.
If I may.
Senator Owens.
Thank you. All right. So I totally agree. I mean, I want to do everything we can to support being the aviation capital of the world. That is core to our state and incredibly important. What I want to, a couple of questions as we drill down on this are the terms of those loans. I mean, this seems to be very broad. So are we just giving the authority to the state treasurer to decide term, length, interest rates, all of these things?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, that is correct. We would have the state treasurer go into these loan agreements with each entity, determining the amounts that are going to be loaned, what those interest rates will be set at, and the length of those loans over time. So the reason for that is that oftentimes you would have a note that is of a longer length, but at a higher interest rate, a shorter length, a lower interest rate, et cetera. So we're giving him the flexibility to do that. He's well aware of where our current idle funds are gaining interest, so he would be able to make those determinations based on where current revenue comes from our idle funds versus this program, which would need to offset that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator, could you go into a little bit about, you're taking it from the Build Kansas Matching Grants Fund.
Sure.
How much money is in that and how much will be left once this 50 million is taken out?
Senator Clays.
Sure. So if you'll recall, that was a 4-year program. It was funded at roughly $218 million. Some of that is for the administration of it. So let's just say it's $200 million over 4 years, $50 million a year is in the actual fund for distribution. It is my understanding at this point that having been taken out of the fund is a number south of $1 million. So there's a substantial amount of money that is idle and sitting there. It is unlikely that we will use $200 million in matches over the course of the BIL program. So this is just a simple reallocation over to this program so that it can be used to grow jobs. That is not to say that we could not use the funds as they're paid back for future projects with BIL, but just looking at how many projects have been approved by the federal government and the drawdown that's existing today, that is not at an accelerated rate that justifies having these funds sit idle.
Senator Petty.
So, but is it whereas this is narrow, just one industry, and not to undermine the importance of aviation in Kansas, but Build Kansas was, if I recall correctly, to help across the state and also to help communities across the state to be able to reach out for a variety of grants that would help within their community. Is that correct?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, it is correct, and this wouldn't take away from any of that. Just based on the numbers that we see before us as we've gone through the Build Kansas Advisory Committee and the number of applications that have been approved and have gone through the federal process, and there's a large number of declines through there. So this should not have any impact on any of the projects that are being applied for through the federal government and the bipartisan infrastructure law. And again, it's paid back, so the money will come back into the fund.
Senator Petty.
Thank you.
Other questions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, go ahead. President Masterson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add my 2 cents. I appreciate this shift moving away from just kind of straight up grants to the loan process. And I believe the intent of having the treasurer have flexibility so he can emulate the returns that he's getting on our pooled money. So it have the same net effect of the money just sitting there in the bank, but at the same time advantaging some of the projects. So I support the amendment.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple quick questions. Why doesn't the company go to borrow money from the bank? You know, when we get in the banking business, why don't we go to the commercial market?
Senator Claes.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So right now, that rate is set at about 12% for these businesses that are in this particular industry, and that has stifled that growth. So we would not see those jobs come to the state if we just relied on private banking at this stage.
Senator Fagg.
Second question, what happens if the loan is not paid?
Senator Claes.
Yeah, and the intent is, in conference, we'll change this, but it's my understanding that the request was to have this have a personal guarantee as well, so we'll have that installed in there in conference. But at this point, I don't believe that language made it into this that's in front of you. But yes, that's what would happen, is there would be a personal guarantee on each of these.
Senator Fagg. Okay. Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick few questions. So the loan itself wouldn't require a match on these monies?
Senator Claes.
No, there's no match required. It could be a loan taken down by an airport authority to improve a facility for someone coming in. It could be used for the construction of a facility. It could be used by the employer for ramping up employment for those aircraft coming in, et cetera.
Senator Cluse.
Mr. Chairman, and then would there be any kind of a cap on the request, or of the total 50 million, a breakdown, like how much each person that requests that they can get? Or would that solely in the above be a decision of the treasurer alone?
Senator Claes.
Correct. That would be a decision of the treasurer as those applicants came in, how he chose to divide that up.
Senator Cluse.
One final one. So he could technically deplete that in one request?
Senator Claes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that's contemplated. And we're not going to talk about companies and such here because then other states come and steal our stuff. But it's my understanding that there isn't any one that would be depleting that fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I definitely have some concerns over the lack of parameters on the program. I love the idea of the program. I think it's a great use for the money. And I would love to have some more definitive information from the treasurer on, because he may or may not be our treasurer in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, whatever. I'd love to have some more parameters and some more information on his thoughts, because my concern would be just that, right? Anytime we create any kind of a fund or program, it seems like there are far in excess more need than there is available funds. And so my concern would be, and again, this is nothing against our current treasurer. He is a fantastic individual. I would just love to have a little bit more information and a few more parameters built around this. And so I know in years past, I would make a motion, and I'm not making one, that was similar to, we make a motion to put this off to omnibus so that we can have the treasurer provide us some information, but I'm not sure whether omnibus exists this year or not. I'm still trying to work through that. And so I don't know if there is a mechanism or a time down the road where we as a committee could be provided with some additional information from the treasurer, maybe past this pending receiving that, or what the appropriate way to go about that this year would be.
Senator Claes.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we can certainly request information on that. I would suggest that we pass this, put it through. It's going to go into conference. We'll have time to make any edits. Like I said, the personal guarantee needs to go in, and we can take everybody's input on that. and how this needs to be structured if there are guardrails that are necessary, but, and I don't object to any of that. This was put in with some flexibility because we're aware of who is interested in seeking it, and can't blast that on a microphone, but, so there is something behind this that would be the recipients and would bring those jobs in. So my understanding is within a very short period of time, the entirety of it would be loaned out, and then those payments would start coming in from those entities that are looking to grow those jobs here in Kansas. So we can definitely take further looks at it. I think conference is your location instead of omnibus.
Okay.
But you can, trust the three people up here to make those edits if that's something that you're interested in.
I think.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's reasonable. Part of where this comes into play is we haven't heard Commerce's budget. In Commerce, there is an addition to the budget for $15.5 million for an MRO facility here at Forbes Field. And so again, trying to make sure we have the parameters, whether that stays, whether that turns into a loan, what that looks like, how that need is going to be addressed, because it's very important to members here locally as well. And so I'm okay with that. Certainly willing to work with you guys on some of that and to move it forward at this time. Just wanted to express my concerns.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the conversation. Thank you for the breakdown of that, and I'll be supporting this.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. So currently in the grant program, that 200 million, once those funds are gone, they're gone. Is that correct under the current grant program?
Senator Clays.
Thank you. Yeah, by way of description, so the way that program works is that the state has decided that certain local entities, when they make application to the state, can have the match that's required for federal government money paid for by the state. So you might have an instance where a municipality, for instance, is applying for a federal BIL grant. It requires a local match. The local government isn't capable of coming up with the entirety of that match. So they may have a portion of the match in their application, and then the state, out of that $200 million fund, is then picking up the rest of the match for that locality. At this point, after having done this for a couple of years, we just have not seen the drawdown on those dollars at this stage. So the $200 million, it was kind of a guess as to what we might be able to draw down from the bipartisan infrastructure law, but that hasn't really been at an accelerated pace that justifies having $200 million in the account. And it's $50 million a year, so it's been building each one of these fiscal years sitting in that account.
Follow up, if I may. So but once grant monies are awarded, they're gone.
Senator Clays.
So in this case, yes, so in this case, though, we're taking 50 million and making it a revolving fund where, do we get any interest on those grant funds? We
Senator?
would be getting an interest on this, correct?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, correct. So you would, if you were to give out grant money, you are just handing that money over and it is gone. If you use the revolving loan fund, not only does the money come back, but interest would come back as well.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that's a much better model than one-time grant money that goes out. When we have a fund that we're earning interest on, it's replenishing itself. To me, that's more of an investment than one-time grant money going out. So I will be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this for the conversation we just had. Senator Erickson beat me to it, so thank you.
Senator Petty.
Well, I'm not saying that, money to build money is a bad thing, but I don't want for us to underplay the Build Kansas Fund because one, as the senator that brought this motion or brought this proviso knows, it takes a while, particularly to get our communities educated about those availability of that assistance that the Build Kansas offers. And they don't, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't get the matching, the part of if it's a 2080 grant, they don't get those funds are not expended until the federal government actually approves the grant. So, and these are a lot of time, and it was, if I remember correctly, it's specifically set up to very much help our smaller communities that have a lot of different needs when it comes to infrastructure that they have had trouble going after because they don't have the expertise and they don't have the expendable funds within their small budgets. So I just think I was a little bit cautious when we originally put this in place, but I do think it fills an important niche within our government to help. And if we talk about growing money or growing, that's growing and keeping in place our smaller communities so they are viable, and that helps to attract jobs and provide the infrastructure that's needed to grow those economies. So I'm just, I don't want us to underplay the importance of that. I think sometimes those kinds of funds do take a while to build up the knowledge so that our communities across the state realize that we're here to help them as well to build their communities.
Senator Clays, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that I certainly don't intend for anything I've said today to undermine the Build Kansas program or the bipartisan infrastructure law items that are able to be brought down by local communities. So that is not the intent of any of this to either harm that program or do anything that would make it so that those local communities can't pull down those funds. So I think the takeaway here is just simply that we guessed on 200 million, and that probably overshot the number of dollars that were necessary to bring down all of the items that will be approved by the federal government. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Other questions or discussion? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the change from grant to loans. A question, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm going to use the word procedurally because we've been told that the personal guarantee language is not in here. Also, there was discussion about some type of report or accountability. So if we adopt this, is there a way to get the other items that we've discussed that I think there's broad support on the committee for adding in? Procedurally, how would you suggest? I kind of hate to just leave it to where, well, they'll be taken care of in conference.
Senator Clays.
We'll just take care of it right here then. So I will make a substitute motion to add in the proposed amendment with the addition that there be a personal guarantee for the funds and that there be a report to the legislature annually on the use of those funds by the state treasurer. And I need a second over here from Renee. There you go.
Second by Senator Erickson. Any other questions on it? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The total amount on that is $50 million. Is that correct?
Senator Clays. Senator Petty.
Thank you. I didn't have the bill with me, the bill. So as I'm looking at this, Senator, so in the section of Senate Bill 2007 that you referenced in this proviso, currently that account, the Bill Kansas account, is not to exceed 165 million. Is this correct? And 5 million go in annually?
Senator Clays.
So yeah, we're not on the final year of it, but yes. So it's 55. It was 53 million in the first year, and then it's 55 in each additional, I believe, is how we had it set up, because there was another sum of money that went in. Part of that is for the technical assistance. So KDOT has roughly 18 million that is going towards 18, 20, somewhere in there. Yeah, everybody's nodding. That is for the technical assistance portion of it. And then there's actually the 200 million total over the 4 years that would be in the account for matching grants. So it had kind of a ramp up, but that ramp has been pretty flat there for the beginning, so probably didn't need it for that long period of time initially.
Senator Petty.
I just need clarification. So you keep referring to 200 million, but this is not to exceed 165 million. Where's that difference there? I'm not quite sure.
Senator Clays.
Mr. Chair,
Charday.
the Legislative Budget Committee suspended the transfer for fiscal year 26. So that 50 million has been deleted in House Bill 2007 as introduced, and that reduced that amount.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
So that, okay, so that reflects the 165 million?
Charday.
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And then, so that clarifies I don't know that, no, your amendment doesn't say a set amount. So we're talking about 165 million as opposed to 200 million. And then, what about the 5 million? Was that suspended that's being transferred? Was the 5 million transferred in, it says in here, in 2025, it doesn't prove that was changed.
Charday.
That is not suspended. Those are those operating costs.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, we're talking about 165 million as opposed to 200 million, which now this is reducing that 165 million down by 50 million. Would that be correct, Senator?
Senator Clays.
Well, that's not necessarily what's going to happen because we go into conference on that. So the House decided to just delete that. We're not necessarily deleting it. We're using it for another purpose.
Senator Petty.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, did you make your motion as amended?
Yeah, I'll make the substitute motion as amended. Move that motion.
And seconded by Senator Cluse. Any other questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Clays.
All right. You're gonna get tired of me soon enough. All right, ARPA interest. We're gonna do a proviso that will, beginning May 1, all interest accrued in the previous month on ARPA funds will be calculated monthly and deposited in the State General Fund, FY 25 and 26.
Senator Petty.
Could the maker of this motion that we don't, I guess, have in writing, say that again, please?
Senator Clays.
Yes, so this would be a proviso for FY 25 and 26. And this is concerning the ARPA interest. Interest accrued in the previous month on ARPA funds will be calculated monthly and deposited in the State General Fund.
Senator Owens.
Is that a second?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to second that because I do think that makes sense. I just wanted to clarify that leaves any of the ARPA interest previously accrued prior to 2025 still currently, I don't want to use the word in limbo, but up in the air or whatever, because we had a House position that came over using all the interest. So anything prior to 25 is still sitting out there to be utilized or to be moved to the State General Fund or whatever, correct?
Senator Clays.
So prior to 2026 and then the months of April, May, and June. So you would have those all transfer monthly. The amount that is sitting there now, which should be roughly $40 million minus docking, that amount would remain as a fund. So what the House did would largely still fit in that. Should we have some other options that we want to handle with those dollars, we could do that as well. But this would then, next year when we come back, we will not have a ARPA interest fund. Instead, we will have SGF.
Good call. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At one point, I believe we were told that that monthly interest was around $2 million. Do we know approximately what that amount will be?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe there's still 600 million in the account, and then it would just depend on the interest rate at the time. I'll let Dylan answer.
Dylan?
Mr. Chairman, about $2 million per month is being deposited currently. We do anticipate that number going continuously down as those funds go out, and also interest rates are inherently uncertain. So depending upon interest rates, you'll have different amounts of revenue. So it's impossible to predict what the
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I strongly support this because I believe that's where the interest should have been going all along. And we shouldn't have questioned. It creates the most, it puts the most light on those interest dollars, which are not in and of themselves ARPA dollars, but they're state dollars. So they should have been in the general fund all along.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so tempting on this one to be hilarious, but there is a item in the ARPA interest fund relating to the Dole State Building. I have all sorts of ideas on what we should rename it to, but I would just make a motion to remove the renaming portion of that item.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Senator Peck. Discussion on the naming. Senator Petty.
Okay, I'm going to ask that the maker of this motion state it again.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you. So in the ARPA interest fund sent over by the House, there is roughly, I don't have it in front of me, 19.5 million going to what is referred to as the Dole State Office Building. In the House, they renamed the docking building to the Dole Building. This motion would just simply undo that.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Clays, do you have anything else?
This one.
Okay. Anyone else have any, Senator Owens?
It appears that this is the appropriate time and place to deal with some of these ARPA interests. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, we're on the state treasurer right now. So.
Right, but it appears we've addressed some of these ARPA interest issues. And so is there a better time to bring some of these back up for reconsideration? I'm happy to do so.
I guess we can go ahead and do ARPA interest at this time.
Well, I'm happy, like I said,
Senator Owens.
more than happy to put it off. The only specific item in the ARPA interest that I would like for the committee to consider is allowing the Kansas Highway Patrol and their hangar. I would like to set aside that $7 million for their hangar pending State Finance Council approval. Reason being, we heard some concerns about looking elsewhere, about making sure that all options were explored before we settled on Jabara. While I'm confident that they've done their homework, I think having an extra set of eyes on that would be appropriate.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a motion later today when we're talking about the Kansas Highway Patrol budget, because there is an option here to lease a build-to-suit facility on at the Jabara Airport for a much lower cost to taxpayers, and it makes more sense to have that come from the state highway fund. So there will be a motion later to go through the lease purchase process as opposed to bonding out of or a straight payment out of the ARPA interest.
Great. Then I will go ahead and withdraw that for consideration for now and reserve it for later.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything for ARPA interest at this time? Okay. So we will finish the state treasurer. There was no other additional items, correct? So we'll close that. We're going to move on to the office of the governor. No, we're not doing a number. Did anyone have items for the office of the governor or questions, discussion? What page are we on and what, let me just tell you. I don't have that one, so. Oh, wait just a minute.
You're the only one who knows what's next.
Volume 1, page 31,
Volume 1, page 31.
and page 9 in the shorthand.
And the green one's what page?
9.
9, okay, thank you. Senator Peck.
Chairman, I do have a question. Because of the motion, I think I may know the answer, but I thought I would ask. Because of the motion regarding ARPA interest money, we see on our page 9 of our green sheet that there are some transfers, but those have been already taken care of because of the previous motion regarding ARPA interest, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone have anything on the office of governor? Seeing none, Senator Petty.
So I do have a question because in this, currently in the budget of the Office of the Governor, since there's since we had a proviso early on about ARPA interests, so now are those items at 1.8 being funded in any way?
They are not.
And so that would be true for anything that's in the governor's budget that was funded with ARPA interest?
Correct.
So I take it then we're going to be going into conference with no position on those items for the governor's office? Oh.
Yep, that is correct. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to let's go down to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Chart A, what page?
Did you use your mic?
KBI.
Volume 2, page
415, right?
418.
418.
And the green sheet, page 24.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a proposal for consideration by Ways and Means for the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. If we could go ahead and get that passed out at this time.
Does he know?
While this is getting passed out, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead.
Whole lot of words on a page to provide ultimately. One thing that we heard as the most probably pressing building need from every state agency is the KBI headquarters. And simply put, what this does is provide bonding authority not to exceed 115 million for up to 30-year bonds by the Kansas Development Finance Authority for that new facility. And I'll stand for questions.
Okay, we have a motion, and Senator Clays.
I mean, I'll second it, and then I have a other thing. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Senator Clays.
Thank you. I love this idea. In fact, so much that I'm just going to add to it in its awesomeness. So I have a substitute motion. So there's a unique situation with the ARPA dollars. We're not talking about ARPA interest right now. We're talking about ARPA itself. So with the ARPA dollars, if there is a project that does not get accomplished, the federal government allows for an instant redirection of those funds to a different project. There are likely to be some projects that do not get done. So at the front end of this 30-year bonding authority and first payment that you have proposed, my motion would be yes, to continue the 30-year bonding authority and first payment, to structure that bonding authority in such a way that the principal could be paid using ARPA funds, and that the Kansas Bureau of Investigation headquarters building be the backup project for any ARPA funds that are not expended by the deadline. So there would be essentially a ARPA down payment on the KBI building should anything not get accomplished in the current ARPA expenditure list, and then 30-year bonding authority and first payment be put on, or should it be after the fact that a principal payment be made using ARPA funds on a 30-year bond already in process?
Senator Owens.
Great. I think that is an awesome idea.
Fantastic.
So I will second his substitute motion.
What a handsome substitute motion.
It's an awesomely awesome motion.
Okay, questions on the substitute motion? Senator Riley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking about the ARPA funds, not the ARPA interest. Is that correct?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, correct. And also, just to make sure we're super clear on it, the motion does contain the overall amount of the building, which would be $100 million capped. I know that there was a $115 million number floated around, but that included as the testimony, it included the training facility, but because the training can take place in another location, co-located with perhaps the Highway Patrol or others, that portion would be removed. So that there would be a $100 million cap on that. I apologize if I didn't stick that in my motion there, but let's retroactively and with the consent of the seconder do that as well.
Senator Owens.
Yeah, I agree. And you're absolutely correct. I forgot about that piece with the training facility. So reducing that to $100 million bonding authority with Senator Clay's additional wording, I support.
Other questions? Senator Clues?
Not a question, just a comment. I appreciate these two motions and in full support. Thanks.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll be the other side of this a little bit. With this being $100 million, whether it's borrowed or where it comes from, is a lot of money. And with what we're doing in the budget system today, I also am hoping to get a resolution to kind of make our rates a little cheaper next year. It takes a little time. So I would be one that I look at the prison, what's $500 million, you know, but we could just go down the list with what's needed here. So I'm kind of a little different in the idea that when we start building these things, that I think that we hit a period of time when we might be in a recession. Rates would be cheaper, the people looking for work. We have the unique opportunity to kind of fill in that gap versus going into a period of time where you have trouble getting a lot of materials are high, you're having trouble finding help. So it's not that I'm against that program, I'm just the timing of it is what I'm after. So I'll be against.
Other discussion? Senator Petty.
So my question has to do with the revision of the original motion, talking about the ARPA funds. So this, if this goes on to the budget bill, then it would change the process for how those ARPA funds, if any ARPA funds were not expended, that how they would be approved, because it would go directly to this project.
Senator Clays.
Yes, correct. We need to do this one way or the other, whether it's this project or some other project. Otherwise, those funds will just be lost. They will go back to the feds.
Senator Petty.
So I'm just want clarification. So we actually have that authority to then just automatically recapture them after they were approved? Don't they still have to go through some sort of approval process?
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding the way that the federal government's advisement on this has come down is that you can have a backup project essentially, but no, we would not be able to do something like, say, a project is not complete. We take that money, we go to the State Finance Council, we have them debate different projects, they come up with a new project, and here's our new project proposal. They would not allow that. If we had something statutorily that automatically redirected those funds, then that would be acceptable because it had something immediate. I believe the words immediate were used. Yeah.
Senator Petty.
And this is possible after the fact?
Senator Clays.
Not necessarily after the fact, but at the deadline, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in full agreement and have been for over a decade that the KBI needs a new facility. I am not convinced at this time that they have exhausted all options. We heard yesterday they said they would consider leasing, but I'm not sure they've really looked to find a facility where they could lease and potentially do upgrades with remodeling. We heard that they have not looked outside of Shawnee County. Nothing against Shawnee County, but you're limiting your options and possibilities by strictly staying within Shawnee County. Additionally, I'm never a fan of borrowing money. I do like the idea that if there are some ARPA funds that are not expended, that it could be used to help pay for a KBI lab. And because I'm not a fan of borrowing money and establishing long-term debt, 30 years, I don't know if I'll be around in 30 years. Probably will be, since I identify as a, well, I won't tell what I identify as. But, and we could, with the unspent ARPA funds, we could write a check for this. If we decided we were going to build the lab, we've got the money in the bank right now. We could write a check for this. So for that reason, although again, fully supportive of KBI doing due diligence, looking at all options, exhausting options, coming to the legislature and saying, we've looked at this, 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 these are the upsides to this proposal, these are the upsides to this, and just actually asking the agency to do their very best with finding an opportunity for taxpayer dollars to be expended in the most efficient way possible. I'm not going to support this motion, but I want it to be understood by KBI and anyone that cares that I'm fully supportive of them getting a modern, because I have been to that facility. It's a mess. And why are we just now in 2025 when I think I toured the facility in 2012? Why are we just now finally getting around to doing something? I think we could have done something sooner, more efficiently. And so again, I think I've said my piece, but I think there's a lot more things to do before we're ready to move forward with saying, here's $100 million, go build a facility. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been trying to rebuild this thing forever. I mean, going back to joint state building construction where we have just been dumping money into this facility, it's kind of interesting to hear about all the chunks of parking garage coming down on people in areas that can't be used because we've spent millions redoing that stupid parking garage. I mean, this thing is just a hole in which taxpayer money is thrown. And over the years, I think I could just do a little quick back of the napkin accounting. We probably could have built this building by now with all the money that we've dumped into that stupid thing. So it's imperative that we do it. I mean, there was a point in time where it was the replacement idea for the docking building. Still could be, I guess. But those attempts to do so seem to be, thwarted where perfect was the enemy of the good. And this is a good plan for getting them out of that building. This is a building that will last them decades upon decades. It's a better expenditure of taxpayer dollars than continuing to put that money down a hole like we have been. There are many more improvements that need to be made to that facility over time. And I don't want to be sitting here saying, okay, we're going to go put another $2 million into some parking garage, or now we have to redo a bunch of roofs because we've got so much leaking going on in the building. It's just getting to the point where this one's one that's got to go. Yes, there are other projects that need to be dealt with, and we'll deal with them as we keep moving through these budgets. But this one is one that needs to be taken care of and has been worked on for, I've been here 13 years, and at least 10 of my 13 have been attempting to get this thing fixed. So this is finally a solution I think we can all get on board with. A big chunk of ARPA will likely pay this down substantially in the beginning, and then the bonding will be a limited amount. We did pay off the KBI lab over at Washburn over the past couple of years early. So the amount of money that we're talking about, it's not as if there's not a precedent for having this size of budget for the KBI. So I'd appreciate your vote in favor of this to get this thing off the books and check off yet another massive project that needs to be done to save taxpayer dollars in the long run.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Mr. President, go ahead.
No, thank you. And if you want to recognize Senator Alley first, I understand. My quick comment is I'm in strong support. I think what's being missed is we need a backup project for those cascading ARPA dollars before they're lost. And we need a project significant enough that it could retain. Because it could be millions, could be small tens of millions. And so a capital project like this, that's that size and at that high of need, I think it's basically the ideal project. I understand some of the hesitancy around the bonding, but this is actually, in my opinion, the ideal way to use those backup ARPA dollars for a premier purpose.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I had, when do those ARPA dollars expire?
Into 26.
So would we have time to do a study? Yesterday we asked about a leased facility. They had not really considered a leased facility or couldn't find one. How long would we need to study to find out? Do we actually know what the requirements are for that building?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there was a comparison done between doing a lease and doing this. It would be a build-to-suit facility still and be leased, but it's about $3 million more a year if you just compared it to 30-year bonding. Obviously, with the ARPA project backup on something we own, we can actually pay down at the front end and get that bond number down even further. So as far as taxpayer dollars are concerned, if we're leasing at a certain square footage dollar amount, it's several $1 million more per year than the bonding without having the upfront ARPA dollars. with the upfront ARPA dollars, it reduces that number substantially. So it would be overall just a better expenditure of taxpayer dollars to own this particular facility.
Thank you.
Senator Clues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just mention what I said yesterday again. I think the piece that we need to consider in this is the liability factor. And I mean, if this building is in this bad of shape, and we all know that, what kind of a lawsuit, do we have time? And then we do have a fundability situation here that we've discussed. And so, again, I'm for it.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One little thing I would add, I'd be interesting if we knew exactly how much we got in ARPA funds that's not committed, and also the possibilities of how ARPA funds can be spent, to just kind of have that in our deal as we go along, because they're saying this is a great program. My question is, what other programs do we have that we could do? So, thank you.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not really any ARPA dollars left. Those are all depleted. So this would just be projects that don't go through, and those dollars would be returned to the federal government if we don't have a backup program for them immediately. So that would not, there is no, ARPA dollars left.
Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Did you want to be recorded? Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the Kansas Office of Veterans Services. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have another proviso.
Oh,
This,
for
you would hand that out?
For the veterans?
No, for KBI.
Oh, for KBI. Okay, excuse me. We'll go back to KBI. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion is to add $500,000 SGF to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation budget for 2026 for forensic genealogy DNA analysis to help solve some cold case, some violent crimes, and identify unidentified human remains. There are numerous cold cases here in the state of Kansas, and this advanced DNA testing method, which has been developed, will help identify those human remains. We think that it could solve, this money could solve as many as 50 cold cases, and these are results in actually cold cases and also sexual assaults. So with that, this would be approximately $10,000 to solve the cold case, and it's something the KBI has asked to put in their budget.
And that's your motion? With second by Senator Clays. Discussion. Senator Petty.
This is for the maker of the motion. So is this a sole source company, or is this somebody that KBI is already working with?
Senator Alley.
This would be a sole source company. Basically, it goes to the, it's no capital. We won't be buying any equipment or anything. It goes into the, they have these cold cases, and they'll try to solve each one of these cold cases. It will take about 50, they estimate about 50 cold cases could be solved with this, and maybe more.
Senator Petty.
Thank you for that. I just, I'm often concerned about when we are putting things in the budget that are sole source contracts. That's my only concern.
Senator Clays.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anything in here that makes this sole source. I think this is an RFP, so it wouldn't be sole source.
Senator Petty.
Well, that's why I asked that question.
Yeah.
And that's the answer I got.
Yeah, I understand. It's not.
Maybe I
Senator
misspoke.
Alley.
It'll go on RFP, go out for, but there's only be, we know of one vendor already.
Okay. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in support of this. There's like 1,900 cold cases in Kansas, which I find interesting. And if you've been watching TV at all, I think it's in Utah or Idaho, the 4 gals that got killed, that company, that's what did this right here. So this is an example of that. And I would envision this 1,900 that they'll pick the low-hanging fruit. What I mean by that is something in the last 10 years, they got good evidence with this kind of thing. The only thing I would say that with the budgets and everything I see every day and everything's going up, you know, it'd be interesting to do 250,000 instead of 500. That's 25 cases, and then report back and we see what they did. So I'm kind of walking into this instead of going faster. That's just my opinion.
Senator Alley, do you have any comment?
I would like to see the 500, but open to suggestion.
Other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Now we will move on to the Kansas Office of Veterans Services. Anyone have any changes there?
That's volume 2, page 351.
Pardon me?
Volume 2, page 351.
Okay, volume 2, page 351.
It's not in the green sheets.
It's not on the green sheet. They were wanting to be exempt from that 1.5 because. Did anyone have anything on veterans services? Any changes or deletions? Senator Petty.
I just want to bring up the fact that when we had this presentation made, that it became very clear that one, they are being adversely impacted by the 1.5% across the board cut, as well as the the reduction in positions if they haven't been filled, and there's no timeline in there. So I'm just going to put out there, I would like to see them removed from the 1.5 reduction and add it to the list of those that are not being included.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Senator Holscher seconds. Discussion on exempting the Kansas Veteran Service from the 1.5 cut. Senator Peck.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was looking through papers and reading, and I didn't catch the full motion. I heard something mention about the fact that yesterday we were told there were 20 to 22 vacant funded positions, and then I'm hearing the motion only deals with the 1.5% across the board cut. So could I get clarification on the motion, please?
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I think those both are critical issues for the Office of Veterans Services. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I hope that we're going to have a more global discussion about the vacant positions universally than what was added to this budget by the House. So that's why I didn't make a motion concerning the vacant positions, specifically for the Office of Veterans Affairs, just talking about the 1.5.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I'm not sure. Those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, motion fails. Any other? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the vacant positions and using those, I think, are we going to have a discussion on all of that later on in this?
We can have, yes,
Yes.
if that's the will of the committee. Oh. Okay. We will, yes. Okay, any other discussion or changes for veteran services? Seeing none, we will move on. Next, we'll go to the State Fire Marshal. And
That is volume 2, page 476. And it is
Page 25 of the green sheet.
it's the last one. No, we're not. Because I thought by the time we. Okay. Well, I mean. Okay, so you. Okay. Okay, did anyone have anything on the State Fire Marshal? Senator Fag.
One quick comment. When you say local volunteer fire departments, as I've been out in the rural area, and you see, I really appreciate the work that they do. They, when they get the call, don't get anything paid, the old equipment they work with. My hat's off to the local volunteer fire departments.
Yes, I think we all echo that. Senator Petty.
Along that line, so that 500,000 is in the budget from that house, isn't that correct? Staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, we'll move on then. Next, we'll go to the Kansas Highway Patrol. What page is that?
this one is not.
Green sheet, page 23. And page 449 of volume 2.
Page 449 on the big volume and 23 on the green sheet. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 items. One, let's start out with a motion to authorize the lease of a build-to-suit facility at Jabara Airport and authorize a $250,000 first payment, all from the State Highway Fund in 2026.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Pardon me. Can you restate that? They didn't catch it all.
Sure. This would authorize the Kansas Highway Patrol to enter into a lease of a build-to-suit facility at the Jabara Airport and authorize the first payment for that lease of $250,000, all from the State Highway Fund in 2026.
Second by Senator Peck. Discussion, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we, first question, has the Highway Patrol been advised? Have they inspected facility? Does it meet their needs? Have they been consulted and do they agree with this is my first question.
Senator Clays.
Yes, yesterday they were consulted and they agree with this.
Okay.
Senator Owens.
Can we get the terms of the lease, length, rate, just, I get it's 250, sounds like $250,000 a year. I just would like a little bit more information about the structure and things like that, please.
Senator Clays.
This allows them to enter into the negotiating of the terms of all of that. So that would be the portion that would come up next. It is a build-to-suit facility. It would be roughly 18,000 square feet, roughly 14,000 of that being hangar space, 4,000 being office space, give or take a couple hundred feet. And that at a lease rate, you can kind of do the calculation there, but it is the first payment of $250,000 is probably slightly lower than where it needs to be on an annual basis, simply because it won't be built July 1st, 2026.
Senator Owens.
So this isn't an existing structure. This is some private entity that has reached out and is willing to do this, or an entity that has been waiting, willing, and ready. Tell me a little bit. Again, I'm just asking questions. It's kind of surprising me to go from building one for ourselves to having one built and leasing it.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, building on leased land isn't always a great idea. So instead, having a private company take on that risk and build on the leased land at the airport makes more sense. That facility would be built likely by a local developer who is willing to do so, who has built many, many hangars in the Wichita area. And that would satisfy the need of the Kansas Highway Patrol. It would keep the cost to taxpayers relatively low and reduce our risk over time. It includes maintenance, so we're not left maintaining hangars. All those positives go along with it.
Senator Owens.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a surprise because a couple of days ago when we heard from the Kansas Highway Patrol, the option was to build one. And I think the lease facility, considering that they have changed requirements in the last couple of years from where they are today, which is a lease facility, to where we're going, I think this is a better option. But did they have this in, I guess, how come they didn't mention it when they were here before is the question.
Senator Clays.
I can't answer that. I don't know that they had the option in front of them in such detail, but I don't know that.
So this is.
Senator Alley.
Thank you. This has come up since they testified of the answer, this proposal?
Senator Clays.
Thank you.
Senator Peck.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes I have trouble distinguishing if you're saying fag or peck, but this time, so this is me. I seconded this because I certainly much prefer the 250 lease over the 7 million build. I do have one question. We heard that the KBI previously leased from Jabara, but then they moved to Cook just a few years ago. And I don't know why they moved. Was there some dissatisfaction where they thought it was going to be a better deal? Is there an answer as to why they left Jabara the first time a few years ago? Because it was not that long ago that they left.
I think when they were here, they talked about they were moving their planes around because it was kind of a shared facility and they had damaged some of their planes, moving them around in that facility. That's what they told us.
And we did hear that Cook is just not really working as well as they had anticipated, plus it is for sale. I still think that we might look at the option of purchase, but at least if we have a lease, it's better than building our own facility. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fagin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of along Senator Peck's line of questioning here. I was wondering what the terms of their lease is with Cook at this point. Does anybody know how much a year or? So we've had it a couple of years from what I heard here. I just was wondering what their terms was. Was it a year by year or exactly what was going on with Cook?
It's a month-to-month lease. I don't know the specific amount per month, though.
Would the Highway Patrol like to explain them figures, please?
Eric Smith, Superintendent of the Kansas Highway Patrol. The question was, what was the annual cost of the lease at Cook? It's approximately $53,000 per year. We just signed a 5-year extension to that lease with a 90-day out clause.
Senator Peck, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that was from Senator Fagg, but excuse me. Go ahead.
I thought you were passing me over again.
No, Senator Peck's got me all confused.
No, that gives me an idea where we're at right now. Thank you.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for a second time. I really do appreciate it. So I have so many more questions. First of all, where did this interested party come from? Were they listening the other day and called up and said, hey, I'll build you a building, lease it to me? You know, is this a sole source contract guaranteed to go to a specific person? Are we going to put this out for bid if anybody else wants to do it? I mean, I just feel like this has kind of come on as a great big surprise to me without really digging in and understanding, you know, kind of what we're getting ourselves into. So we'll start there.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like I'm in the hangar business lately, so I happened to be discussing it with some folks who had an interest in doing it. No, it would not be a sole source contract at all. It would be RFP'd like anything else that we do.
Excellent.
It doesn't have to be the people that I've spoken to who had an interest in doing so. They happen to have facilities already at Jabara. So this is something they've done before and can do, and it's not outside their wheelhouse to do so.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when you said 90 days out, is that on both sides of the agreement? Or is that just Highway Patrol and get out of that, or can Cook get out of that too?
He's Colonel, right?
Thank you, Senator. That's specific to the Highway Patrol.
But I'm wondering if Cook could call you up and say, I want you out of there in 90 days. I mean, you have your ability to get out. I'm questioning whether.
I don't believe that they would have that, but the facility is for sale and a new owner would have to adopt and incorporate new lease terms.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the Colonel while he's here? Senator Luce, yes.
Loose.
Close.
Close. As with, thank you, Mr. Chairman, as with Senator Owens, it's kind of shifted direction all of a sudden. So I just want to hear from the Colonel that you're good with this in this direction as well. This is a shift from conversation.
This is a shift in the conversation that did happen yesterday, as Senator Clays alluded to. I'm not familiar with the intimate details on how this would work out. I know several of the questions that Senator Owens asked are still not answers that I'm aware of. But as an agency looking for a facility that we desperately need, as an agency, we're open to a variety of solutions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And no reflection on Senator Clays. I just, not that I doubted your word. I just want to clarify that. It just would like to hear again. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Colonel. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Clays.
Mr. Chairman. This second one has been discussed at length. You've seen the proposals on some of the highway patrols moving of some facilities. So this would be a motion to authorize $55.5 million in bonding from the State Highway Fund and the first payment in FY26 of any such bond for the relocation of the Troop C headquarters, the central dispatch, and authorization for a memorandum of understanding and a firing range for the training academy for the highway patrol.
Motion second by Senator Cluse. Questions and discussion? Senator Petty.
Could the maker restate that again? I have down 55.5 million in bonding from the Kansas I got that down right. Please.
Senator Clays.
Yep, we'll do it again. Let's see if I can get close to what I just said because I didn't have that one written out. So this would authorize $55.5 million bonded from the State Highway Fund and the first payment of any such bonding in FY 2026 for the relocation of the Troop C headquarters, the central dispatch, and also authorize a memorandum of understanding for a shared facility range for the training academy for the Kansas Highway Patrol.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
So when I'm looking at the information that we had, it was initially there was a 51.7 million SGF request. You have upped it to 55.5, and is that because you've added the range?
Senator Clays.
Yes, thank you. So just by way of history, last year, the House and Senate both passed a budget that included the relocation of the central dispatch and a new range at a higher amount. This would be a memorandum of understanding to share a current facility and make an addition to that facility rather than going at it on our own and duplicating those services. So it is overall, for those two pieces, it is a lower number, the Troop C headquarters, than being added in as part of the request.
Senator Petty.
And I appreciate you're adding, and you did use the word current facilities. So we're not talking about new property. We're talking about one of the current locations.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so there is a existing facility, indoor firing range, and this would allow the Kansas Highway Patrol to engage in a memorandum of understanding with the entity that owns that range and expand that range with the funds that are authorized to be bonded here so that it would be a shared facility with the Highway Patrol and other law enforcement agencies.
Thank you.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. Because it hasn't been mentioned, we don't have a balloon. The length of bond would be how long? And second question, why bonding when we're talking $55 million from KDOT's budget, which is a lot of times nearly $2 billion?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've often bonded out of the State Highway Fund for capital projects like these. 55.5 million in any one year would probably upset some of our current IKE plan projects if it were taken out in any single year. So this reduces the annual amount coming out. There is no requirement for it to be any length of bond. It would be determined by the Kansas Highway Patrol as they went into bond the facility and build the facility. But the idea here is to have minimal impact on the State Highway Fund and the and any of the IKE projects because they do have many of those in the pipeline and we would not want to upset those.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand and I appreciate that answer. I would just remind the committee in years past, it was nothing for the legislature to take 150, 200, 250 million out of the state highway fund. And talk about an impact, that would have a greater impact on highway projects than a one-time 55 million. So again, we're looking at borrowing money. My children, grandchildren say no, so I'm going to say no.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This facility's, where's it located?
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the dispatch is in Salina, the Troop C is in Salina, and the training academy is in Salina.
Okay.
Senator Fagg.
So whenever we went through this process, did they go out and actually see if other communities would bid into this? I just wondered the process they went through to see if there would be other spots, because I know I've been around some deals like the prison in El Dorado. They offered a special deal, and they went out for bids on that because other communities wanted that. So I just wonder if they went through that kind of process, or they just decided this is where we're going to do it and this is where we're going to spend the money.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe they described this as the location for Troop C because you get a zone that's for each of the troops, right? And so the central location of that particular troop headquarters makes a lot of sense at the confluence of two interstates. The dispatch, same thing, central, it's in the center of Kansas. And then, of course, the training academy is already there, so having the range there makes a whole lot of sense. So those are the three components that have you sticking around where it's located today.
Senator Fagg, did you have anything else?
No, the only other thing, going back to, sometimes I kind of agree with Senator Peck once in a while, so. If we took the money out of KDOT and we got into a problem with that, they could borrow at that time, couldn't they? I'm just kicking ideas around here because the cheap way is to not borrow. And if we had to, that would be our backup, just thought process.
Senator Clays. Senator Clays.
I'll send it back to
Senator Fagg.
So instead of the bonding, I'd make a motion that we take it out of the KDOT funds.
So we have a motion, a second by Senator Clays. Discussion on the substitute motion. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm still trying to get over what Senator Fagg said about agreeing with me. I'm struggling with that. I must have said something wrong. But everything else would remain the same in the motion. The only difference would be 55 not bonded, paid for. Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
So I just want to, I was looking back over some of the materials we got from the Kansas Highway Patrol, and there has been an assessment study that was done. Is that correct, Senator?
Senator Clays.
Yes, that is correct. It was done at our behest last year. The governor requested it. We put it in the budget. They did an analysis for all of those facilities, including the training academy itself.
And so according to your, right now I'm at a loss, so am I talking to the substitute motion or am I just talking to the original motions, Mr. Chairman?
Substitute's really just the
Yeah, right. Okay, I can.
funded. So.
I'll keep going. From the assessment, so those three, there were three locations that were mentioned, but two of them were current. So when I look at this, Kansas State University Salina and Kansas National Guard, those are current locations. Would those be the ones that we're talking about in this?
Senator.
The original motion when you talked about.
So I'm not locating them in my motion or in the substitute. There's not a location determined in my motion. There has been discussions of where these would be located, but I'm not going to determine that for the Highway Patrol in this motion.
Senator Petty.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I had kind of asked that question. So your motion doesn't, I thought you said, didn't write the words down. I thought you'd said one of the current locations.
Oh,
You had not-
Senator Clays.
Yeah, that was just referring to the range because it exists today, and it would become a co-located multi-law enforcement agency range. So we wouldn't be duplicating it. There's no reason to build a second range right next door to it. Instead, it makes more sense, since they've already built a $6 million range, to just simply add the things that the Highway Patrol needs for their training to that specific range. So it reduces the amount by more than half that we had requested last year to build a range from the ground up.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. So is this then opening it up to other possible locations in Salina, or just to those that were, since we did authorize an assessment study and information came back, so with those recommendations, the sites that are recommended from there?
Senator Claes.
So I guess I don't believe that the Kansas Highway Patrol is looking at multiple different sites at this stage. They're looking at potentially where there's already KDOT state land to place these two particular items. These do not have to be with the training academy. So if you're looking at the needs assessment, and there are locations like co-locating with Kansas State University and locating with the Kansas National Guard, those, I believe, are referring specifically to the training academy portion, which we are not really addressing here today. That's an item for another day. This is the Troop C headquarters and the dispatch that was requested by the agency that could be located actually at a different location than those two. And I believe I won't put words in their mouth, but I believe they have a preference for another location for those.
Senator Petty.
So you're saying that the Troop C was not part of the assessment study?
Senator Claes.
I believe it is part of the assessment study, but I believe the Kansas State University and the Kansas National Guard options for the training academy do not allow for enough land. So the Troop C and dispatch would be at a different location. They serve different purposes, so they don't necessarily need to be co-located. It might make sense to put them at a different location. And the Highway Patrol has already evaluated that location. And it's I believe it's part of that study to evaluate that location or nearby as well.
Other questions? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was this proposed to the House?
Senator Claes.
Yeah, I believe it was proposed to the House. I don't think that they added any of these pieces in.
Didn't take anything. They didn't put anything in the budget, the House.
No, I don't believe so. I think I think ARPA they used for the hangar, but no, they didn't address any of these items.
And the agency, they didn't request this in their budget?
They did request this.
But it's not in their documents here, is that correct?
I don't know that it's in their documents or not.
No, I mean, the documents we have before us, it's not in these documents.
I don't know. They requested $51.7 million for the Troop C headquarters and the dispatch out of the entire plan that was presented from the study.
The House didn't take it up, is that correct?
I mean, we can ask the clarify that.
Merle, would you mind clarifying that? Thank you.
I can clarify first the request. So we did, in September when submitting our budget request, we did note that this would be a pending request because the study was still being conducted at the point in September in which the budget was submitted. We simply put a placeholder. We didn't have a dollar amount associated with that. That study was since completed, and before these legislative committees, we did request an amount of $51.7 million. So that's why you're not necessarily seeing it in that document produced by Legislative Research, but that was an item that was discussed. And we did have hearings with the Joint Committee on State Building Construction and the House Budget Committee on Transportation and Public Safety on that assessment, on that topic. They did not add funding, but both of those entities provided us directive to continue to work with the legislature to resolve the Salina campus needs. And there was a question about other communities in the area. Just to note, as part of that assessment, the consultants did generally look at some locations in places like Abilene, McPherson, Lindsborg, some other communities in the central Kansas area. Ultimately, the 8 sites that they looked at were all in Salina for a variety of reasons. And then, as Senator Clays mentioned, there was 3 sites identified in that study. 2 of those, K-State Salina and the Kansas National Guard, are existing state property. There is also the KDOT property in proximity to those where some of our assets are currently located. And from the agency's perspective, the state properties are a preference to use existing state property. And indeed, the KDOT property we think may be well suited for these law enforcement components, which would be the dispatch center and Troop C headquarters. In the future, it may be that Salina campus, or the K-State Salina, is well suited to the training academy.
Thank you.
Other questions for Merle while he's up? Thank you, Merle. Other questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Oh.
The substitute motion.
We're voting on the substitute motion, yes. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We're going to move over to higher ed. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start out with the Regional Budget Stabilization Fund. That is a $21 million item, all from the State General Fund for our regional institutions.
So just a second, we'll get the page number in the book. It's in.
It's volume 2, page 99, and page 16 of the shorthand.
Volume 2, page 99, and the green sheet is page 16.
Have you just restate that?
Okay, Senator Clays.
Yeah, I'll just restate that. The motion is to add 21 million all state general fund dollars into the Regional Stabilization Fund.
The stabilization, that was.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. The last part kind of cut off. If you could restate, please.
Okay. Senator Clays.
Worst microphone. Okay, it is 21 million all state general fund for the Regional Stabilization Fund. The regional universities are Fort Hays, Emporia, Wichita State, Pittsburgh State.
I'll second that one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion, second by President Masterson, to reinsert the 21 million that was taken out in the House. Questions? Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I could add some comments.
Yes, Mr. President, go ahead.
And if nothing else, just to have this as a position in conference, because the regionals, the difference between, if you add in all funding, from local money to all of it, the regionals are one of the most reasonable entities, and they seem to have been overlooked in this one. So I needed that. I would like that in as a point of discussion, if nothing else.
Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Clays.
All right, this will be kind of a long one. We're going to reinsert the funding for our community and technical colleges. So I'll go through them line by line. The revisers and our KLRD staff are aware of the items, so I will try to do so in such a manner that I don't need to restate it. So here we go. Student success at 10.5 million SGF. Tech College Operating Grant at 10.5 million SGF. Capital outlay at 12,419,311. Excel and CTE / SB 155 at 47 million. The tiered back at 66,453,525. The non-tiered back at 88,361,538. All contingent on SB 293 or similar legislation enacted into law. And at conference, a review of community college ending balances across the system.
I'll second that one as well.
Okay, we have a motion, second by Senate President Masterson. Questions and discussion? Okay.
If you're looking for the difference, if you're looking for the difference, I believe the House set 7 million and we went back to the 10.5 that was requested. Otherwise, it should be all except for the building industry apprentice item being added back in. These all being contingent on SB 293 or similar legislation signed into law. And then a review of the ending balances at conference.
Other discussion, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, one, I am concerned that we don't have something in front of us that kind of spells this out more clearly, and we've done a lot of these amendments today that may have a lot of components to them, and that is a concern. I want to go back to something that was said. Is this reflective of, I thought you said of Senate Bill 293?
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Senate Bill 293, the funding would be contingent upon it or similar legislation signed into law. SB 293 is a bill that is permissive of affiliation.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Could the senator restate what he's just said about SB 293?
Senator Clays.
SB 293 is a bill that was entered yesterday that is permissive of affiliation of Regents institutions with technical or community colleges.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to understand why the money's attached to that type of thing. That type of thing probably ought to be worked on its own. I would prefer to have that not in there. That's my opinion.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, I mean, we really only have the power of the dollars that we spend in here, guys, and you can certainly allow for people to have unfettered access to spending taxpayer dollars without much accountability at all, but I would prefer that not happen. So I think affiliation is something when it's permissive, it's just simply allowing these bodies to do so, should they vote to do so. This doesn't force anyone to do anything in the bill as it's written. So it isn't something that anyone should be fearing, but for some reason, these types of things end up having a lot of pushback on them. And I would prefer that the funding be tied to some sort of policy that we can get passed here that will improve and potentially create efficiencies in the system that we have today. If someone were to design a educational system in this state for higher education, they wouldn't do it the way that we have it today. and something needs to give. There are far too many taxpayer dollars at stake, and I, for one, and I think many on this committee, would like to see taxpayer dollars spent more efficiently.
Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, not seeing this bill and the complexity of what we're doing here, not knowing where tomorrow goes, I would rather just deal with the dollars and not add the proviso stuff to it, or the extras to this, and deal with that through committees on a normal process. That's for another day.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator President Masterson.
I would just simply add that this is also just a distinction between us and the House. There's plenty, they're going to have time to have that conversation where we go in the final bill.
Senator Alley?
It seems like to me that have an affiliation, we don't need that. And the reason we don't need that is because we already have precedent set. WSU, we have Washburn, and we have Fort Hays State. They came before this committee and asked for that affiliation. Why are we tying that affiliation to funding?
Senator Clays?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great example. There are 3 really successful affiliations, and there's no reason for this body to stand between entities that wish to affiliate. They don't need to come to us. They should be able to vote as boards to affiliate with one another as they see fit. There is no reason for us to stand in their way, and Senate Bill 293 would stop us from having to be in the middle of that process. It instead would just permissively allow those, just like Fort Hays State and Northwest Tech, to go do what they've done.
Senator Alley?
And why not those universities that want to affiliate? Why aren't they coming before us?
Senator Clays?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps they would, but this allows them to do so without coming before us. We don't need to rubber stamp every time 2 boards decide they want to affiliate with each other, whether it be a community college or technical college and a Regents University.
Senator Alley?
I think that this tying it to the money, though, bothers me greatly. I would like to make an amendment or substitute motion to that. Is if this bill passes, it'll be introduced without amendment. So that means that in the future, when we go to conference committee, something is added on to that. We have to pass that, or else the community colleges do not get their funding. And I think by doing this, putting that amendment on there might protect a little bit from that.
Okay, so your substitute motion was what again?
To add to the bottom of his motion, the bill, if the bill passes as introduced without amendment.
Okay, I'm down with that. Second.
Senator Clay seconds that, and he said he's okay with it, so. Discussion on the substitute motion. Senator Petty.
Thank you. So I would ask the maker of this substitute motion, I'm not certain what, when you say if this bill passes, what that's referring to.
Senator Alley.
In the original motion, in the bill that we're discussing, is there not a clause in there that says we must pass this, or the community colleges, I'm paraphrasing here, the funding is not there with that? Is that not in that bill?
Senator Clays.
I think we're talking about 2 different things here. So the motion I made is in the budget, HB 2007, and it would make the funding contingent on passage of SB 293 or similar legislation. The way I understand your motion is that you are also making the passage of 293 contingent that it is unedited in any way by the committee. Is that correct?
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee and conference committee.
Yeah, okay.
Senator Fag.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will this make the community colleges and the tech colleges whole from what was stripped from them? Is this, I don't know how this number matches up with what their request was.
Senator Clays.
Yeah, as I said before, it's every piece except the building or building initiatives apprenticeship deal. That's the one item that I've left out in this particular motion, so that is not in here.
What's
Senator Fag.
What's the number on that?
What was it, 17.5?
Was that 6 million?
No, it's more than that.
There was something that they was willing to give up, trying to help the process, is what I remember, and I didn't know where that was in there or not.
Let's get dialing for the number. I don't have that in front of me. Where did that go? Dialing the number on the building trade initiative apprenticeship deal. I don't have it on.
It's missing 7 million. It's missing 7 million.
Senator Fag.
While they're looking, Mr. Chairman, just discussion on this. I don't think we've ever done this before. And we got a bill hanging out here. It was introduced yesterday. We got a whole bunch of language to it. Our life needs to be simpler. We didn't do this with the Board of Regents that we just did here a while and put deals to it. I just think that we need to cut everything out, do the money, put it back in, and forget everything that's added to that. That's my opinion.
Senator Peck.
I'd make a substitute motion on that.
You can't substitute.
And do a substitute on a substitute? Oh, okay.
Okay. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I would love to have blank checks across this thing too if I were an agency, but that's not how representing people works. And as we sit here, elected by the people who sent us here, who are paying this bill, we owe it to them to look at the amount of money that is sitting in accounts right now of their money, their hard-earned money that is sitting in an account right now as an ending balance. And this process allows us to do that and also allows us to get policy that can create efficiencies in this process that will serve taxpayers better. That's why it's in there. It can absolutely be something negotiated in conference, but it is an item that needs to be discussed. These are data points that need to be reviewed, and we owe it to those taxpayers to do so. There's a lot of money sitting here, a lot of money. And people worked very hard for that, and we owe it to them to go through and look at this stuff.
Senator Alley. Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't agree with the statement more. What I don't necessarily agree with is the process by which we're getting there. Conference committee serves a purpose, but that also eliminates the voice of everybody else on this committee, but just a couple people. My concern is legislation introduced yesterday, we're putting in the budget today, that is ultimately returning some funds, cutting some funds, and then adding policy without really the time to hear from the community colleges, to hear from any other proponents, opponents. I'm concerned about this. And at this point, as much as I can appreciate the attempt to be efficient with funds, to especially look at higher education and the way some of these spendings occur, I don't feel like this is the appropriate process here and now to get that accomplished. And so I'm unfortunately going to be opposed to the proviso.
Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding there was also a bill introduced in the House yesterday that puts together a process for reviewing some of this information that will take place over the interim. And to the point that's been raised too, this does not feel like a very responsible way to do business in terms of the fact that this is major policy change that needs thorough vetting. So that is a huge concern to me as far as, you know, how we are approaching this at this point.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It feels like the committee's getting a little far afield from what my understanding, so I want to back up and get a little clarity. It's my understanding what we're offering here is the full restoration of funding, less the one program described, in exchange for language that simply permissively allows for affiliation. So it would not, it doesn't, and maybe I could be corrected, but would not mandate anyone do anything, but would allow for that permission to have some affiliation is the only thing you're getting in exchange for full restoration of what was brand new funding last year. And in my mind was COVID funding. So I'm supportive of the motion, and I would not support a full restoration without any kind of guardrail on it for allowing for that. There has to be some change.
Thank you. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't like the original motion nor the substitute motion. I have no idea. I haven't seen 293. I think I would probably support it. I'm not supportive of tying the funding to passage of 293, amended or unamended. We've got a substitute motion on the floor, so I can't make any additional motions, but I do like the reviewing the balances at conference. That I think is beneficial and necessary. I think it's an accountability, if you will, and information for taxpayers. My sole discomfort is 293 does not pass. There's no funding. And so I'm not going to, pardon the expression, be held hostage by funding only if I support 293 or the legislature supports 293, or as in the substitute motion that 293 passes amendment free. Well, that causes grief for me because not real frequently do I see a bill written perfectly the first time around. So I'm going to be no to the substitute motion. If that fails, I've probably got another substitute motion that I think we would all be happy with.
Senator Alley. Yes, he could.
I can't hear Senator Alley.
Senator Alley.
My question was, if I withdraw my substitute motion, can another senator add a substitute motion? And the question, I think, is yes. The answer to the question is yes.
Correct.
So with that, I withdraw my substitute motion.
Okay. Senator Clays. Oh, okay. Senator Peck. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion would be that we restore the funding to the community colleges. They didn't ask for any new money. They took some stuff off of there that I know of. And I feel like that we've never done this in the past, and we got the Blue Ribbon Task Force coming up, and this is something that can be addressed and let it go through the process to make a better decision. Thank you.
Second by Senator Alley. Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to be clear what the good people of this committee are about to do is to hand over money to a system that is potentially overfunded with taxpayer dollars. And that is what's about to happen here now, that you're willing to just sign the blank check, hand over money to a system that is overfunded, and we're just going to go along our merry way and say, taxpayers, no big deal, nothing to see here. There are not hundreds of millions of dollars sitting there unspent. That's fine if that's what we're going to do here today, if that's what you'd like to do here today. But I would rather go into conference with a strong position that we are going to get policy out of handing over hundreds, are we at hundreds? A couple $100 million to a system that has more than that sitting in ending balances.
Senator Alley.
This is the first that I've heard. Are you talking about all of KBOR?
Senator Clays.
No, sir, I'm talking about the community colleges.
Just the community colleges.
Yes, sir.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as I sit here and think of this, we got 19 community colleges. I could give you facts on one that would shock you about what that does to that community, and I'm not going to spend the time on that. What I would say is that they've done a good job in that area, and we go through the process, and we've seen their presentations by all of them. And I'm just convinced that I like the Blue Ribbon Task Force, that we're going to look at this. We're not changing anything that we haven't done in the past. If that was an issue, why wasn't it addressed before now? Because they've been fighting about this issue since I was in high school.
Senator Peck. Yep.
I'm trying to get a complete understanding of the substitute motions. I didn't hear that at conference we would look at the balances, and if that's part of the substitute, I'll probably support it, but I really like the fact that there are going to be eyes on and light shown on the ending balances. If our 19 community colleges are sitting on a lot of money, we need to know about it. And so that I'm seeking clarification. I didn't know if that was part of the substitute motion or not.
Senator Fagg.
Mr. Chairman, I think if you look at each one of the community colleges, they have endowment associations. They have a lot of money that's raised. I don't know if that's part of the number or not. That would be the first thing that I've seen. They're nice. People care about their community colleges. They are cost effective in what they do. And I would say that when you sit down and look to the future, it's very important that we stay on the cost effectiveness of what they're doing. And if it's not, I would like somebody to show me that. And if we're going to put earmarks and look at balances, we need to look at them all. Okay.
Senator Clays.
That cost effectiveness argument goes out the window because we'll start out with the fact that the total tax effort on a couple of community colleges nears the $20,000 range per student. There is a Regents University that's closer to $5,200 in tax support. The cheapest years of education are years 1 and 2, and we're delivering them at some of our community colleges at $17,000 to $22,000 per student in tax effort, while the 4 years, and including master's degrees, some of the highest cost education is being done for $5,200 at a Regents institution. There's a disparity there that has to be addressed, folks, and we can sit here and ignore it and sign the check and go along our merry way and enjoy the cocktail parties, or we can actually take a good, long, hard look at this and decide that something's got to change. And taxpayers do not deserve to be on the hook, especially local taxpayers who are paying upwards of 42 mills on some of these institutions. You know, I brought the fight to this committee so that you guys could hear it and talk about it, and I hope we can come off the strong positions we've taken here today with some information about how rough this is, but that's what we're involved in. And you can take the you know, word of a couple of people who are paid to do this for a living, or you can have the numbers. Ask KLRD. Ask them for these numbers. Get them sent to your email inbox. Give them a little review. There's very little being asked of you here today, and that is to just simply tie some policy to some funding so that we can take a look at this. It's obvious that a lot of people know that there's a problem here because there's people in the House calling for a blue ribbon task force to look at this. We don't ask for commissions when there's nothing to see here, folks. There's something under the hood of this thing, and it's going to be revealed in time one way or the other, but I would just caution signing away yet another check, a couple $100 million, with absolutely nothing being required as far as changing the way that we do things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Masterson, was you trying to talk earlier?
I was, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to get a point of clarification, if nothing else. It sounds to me, and I just want a clarification with the underlying motion stated as restoration of funding. Does that put us in a position we have no difference from the House and we'd be walking into conference without that on the table?
Senator Fagg.
Senator Clays, can you answer that? Because that was in your thought. Was talking about the 14 million. I don't know if 14 million was taken.
It was Senator Fagg's motion. His substitute motion was stated as restoration of the funding, which in my mind would be restoring us back to the House's position, which would give us no difference in conference. And I just want a point of clarity.
Okay. Yes, it would. I do not know what the House's position, it's on the list here, but I'm still, Senator Clays took out the 14 million. I don't know what they did on the other side. It didn't, okay. I'm starting from scratch, okay. I would say that we go with whatever the House was saying on this.
Then, Mr. Chairman,
As far as the funding number.
Mr. Chairman, I would oppose the substitute motion if there's no difference with the House and it ends the point of discussion.
Senator Alley.
Question, did the House take out the EDIF?
No, they did not.
The Senate did take out EDIF.
Correct.
So if this substitute motion, does it put EDIF back into the funding?
If we match the House, that's correct. It would be back in and we would have no differences.
Motion has not been made yet to put any EDIF back into that at this point. Is that correct, with the exception of the substitute motion? Is that correct?
No motion on EDIF, correct. Senator Fagg.
I guess I rest on the idea that I want to get it back to basic, keep it simple. If we need to keep it to go to conference as far as dollar figures go without the extra stuff, I don't know what's happening on their side. So just kind of reverbing what I was doing.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we've gotten way away from where I understood what was going on. So the substitute motion, is there a difference in the dollar amounts in the substitute motion versus the original motion? Because my hope was that we went with the dollar amounts in the original motion and strictly pulled the requirement that 293 pass. So my question would be on the dollar amounts. Are we talking the same dollar amounts with the substitute as we were with the original?
Senator Fagg.
My intention was to take Senator Clay's numbers and strip everything off of that. That was my intention.
Senator Peck.
And so, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the original motion had the same dollar figures as the House position. Is that correct?
I think there was some differences, but staff is saying maybe we need to restate your motion.
Okay. Alan, would you want to clean that up on what kind of motion?
Senator Alley. I think it was 10.5, I think.
Was 17.
Senator Fag.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my motion and have another motion.
Senator Fag.
Okay, I'd like to mirror what the House done, and on each number, take off $1. That will make it conferenceable then.
Second by Senator Alley. Discussion. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So he did not, because, I mean, it sounds like he just totally changed everything, but he did not say anything about looking at ending balances. I personally would really like to see what that is. I know we can get that outside of this being in part of a motion, but so if it's strictly House position minus $1, which means he took his big red pen and changed the dollar amount. And so I'm going to go ahead and support that. That's not really what I want, but at least it doesn't mirror the House, so the House can, and the Senate conferees can look at that and, well, we'll deal with this motion first.
Would you like to ask the maker of the motion whether he would add that language as he was looking for?
I would like to ask, Mr. Chairman, but I'm afraid of him, so I'm not going to ask. But if he's willing, do we have we did get a second, yes.
We have a motion and a second, and we're discussing that right now.
That would be awfully kind of him, gracious of him, if he would consider that. But I will leave it to the will of the maker of the motion. Thank you.
Senator Alley. Senator Fag.
Could we have a review of Senator Peck's, what he's wanting to add here, so I understand? I want to be real careful here.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only difference that I was requesting or objecting to the very original motion an hour ago was tying the funding to 293. I like all the other pieces, the funding, but so what I was asking the maker of the substitute motion would be to put back in the language of reviewing the ending balances or contingency reserve balance, whatever word it's called, that the community colleges, how much money are they sitting on? Is my redneck way of saying it.
Senator Fag.
I really think that that's something that can be worked out this summer. That's my opinion. This has been there for years. We know whatever it is, those things will be exposed. I'm thinking it kind of complicates the things, what I'm thinking.
Senator Alley. I don't know why not. Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could somebody enlighten me in the respect that I think this is still about a $7 million cut with this proposal? Okay. I do want to go backwards just a little bit because I feel like there were some characterizations made here that, or suggestions that because we were asking questions and because we felt that we needed a better process and a thorough vetting, that we were being characterized as being somewhat lackadaisical. And I just want to say that that's really obviously not the intent by a lot of good individuals on this committee, that it shouldn't be questioned that we want a thorough process and thorough vetting of some very major changes to policy. So again, like I said, concern is still, this is a $7 million cut, but I would ask that some of that characterization be left out of this. Thank you.
Senator Clays.
I would just point out that my motion didn't make that cut, by the way. Mine restored $3.5 million that is not involved in this particular motion. I just wanted my generosity to be noted for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's also important to keep in mind that we are talking about with the community colleges. They do have elected boards that are elected by the same people who elect us. So if we have a blue ribbon study, I mean, that's what interims are for, but it does complicate it when we're adding a bill that was just introduced yesterday that, except for the person that may have crafted the bill, no one here knows what it has to do. I would call the question.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to call the question on the substitute motion.
Okay.
Oh, did you? Okay, very good.
That's not in our rules, and I'm not going to do it. I think there's still a lot of discussion going on here, and I know people want to go to lunch, but I think it's pretty important stuff. So, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I appreciate the spirit of changing a dollar to get us a conferenceable position, I don't think that position is strong enough. We have seen time and again money. I would agree with the characterization of basically a blank check. Of course, they're going to want to keep it that way. There is a lot under the hood here. I want us to have a strong position. The only way, and we should all recognize the only way the legislature has gotten anything of accountability and policy-wise, sadly, in the educational arena, is to tie it to policy, whether we like it or not, whether it should be that way or not. That's the reality. So as much as I appreciate the spirit, I'm going to support the original motion and oppose the substitute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions or discussion? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2402, which creates the Blue Ribbon Commission, basically gives that Blue Ribbon Commission, they shall study, discuss, and make recommendations in the following: governing structures, financing, costs, savings, and consolidation, State Board of Regents, schools, community colleges, and technical colleges, accessibility and higher affordability of higher education. That gives that Blue Ribbon Task Force to do exactly what we're asked to do here. So with the passage, if it does pass, of the Blue Ribbon Task Force, we will be studying those items and not doing it in a meeting that was supposed to be over here at this time. But I'm going to say one more thing. What we've seen here today is exactly what the Legislative Budget Committee was when we established that to review the budget early on. One of the things they were concerned about was provisos. That's exactly what was provisos. Doing it on the cuff, basically, without understanding exactly what's going on. If we review this, and I'm all for reviewing all numbers, community college, all the Board of Regents colleges, find out where that money really is. It is taxpayer money, and we are tasked to protect that money. But doing it in an hour and a half is not the time to do that. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any
Mr.
other
Chairman.
discussion? Senate President Masterson.
Thank you. I guess just some final comments. I'm a little taken aback by I love my colleagues, but the resistance to have some type of policy that requires nothing of any institution, right? To have this and then to have a a full funding change by a matter of dollars. It's really not, because in our position only off by $1. I agree wholeheartedly with Senator Erickson that we never get any movement on policy without tying it to funding, and the policy being suggested has zero requirement of any institution. It was simply permissive. So I'm a little taken back. I am going to resist or I'm going to be against the substitute motion, but I appreciate the discussion.
Any other discussion? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to belabor the fact, but again, my concern is tying it to the passage of 293. If somewhere along the way, 293 stumbles through the Senate or through the House or through conference, this funding all is gone. That was my only challenge to the original motion. So like I said, I probably would support 293 as a bill. I think it's probably got some merit to it. I don't know what it is, haven't seen it, haven't read it, but that, again, it was my whole discomfort, was the fact that if that bill doesn't make it through the full process signed by the governor, the funding goes away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you. Just in response to that, understanding a little more of Senator Peck's concerns, and I guess I might have heard that different. I heard in the underlying motion or similar language. So any language, it wouldn't have to be Bill 293. It'd be anything that allowed for that permissive affiliation. So I guess I didn't feel that same level of concern. However, I know we're already on a substitute motion, so you can't sub a sub, but I would even entertain that if, for example, that type of language did not pass, that we would approve maybe 50% of the funding, right? So it doesn't all go away, even if that language doesn't pass. But to go in the position we're in right now, I just feel is an unwise strategy.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Division.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion fails.
Motion passed.
Or passes, excuse me, yeah. Okay. Senator Fagg, do you have another amendment? Senator Fagg? Senator Fagg? What we're doing with this, transferring $19.5 million all from ARPA interest to the State University Facilities Capital Renewal Initiative Fund for FY 2026. And the capital improvement.
I can't hear Senator Fagg.
Well, if I turn my microphone on, you could. So I was trying to stay focused on one of the biggest contingent liabilities we have, and that's some of the demolition efforts that need to be done at our universities. So this is kind of during fiscal year 2026 through 2031. It's set up to where we was going to do $32,700,000. You add that up, that's like $960 million. So this is kind of keeping us on track with that. What we're trying to do is to keep that funded and stay focused on that, because if we don't, It can get by us real quick, as we've learned here today. And this is something that I want to make sure we stay focused on. So that's basically my motion that's written to you there. Top part, okay. I didn't read the whole thing here, so here we go. Transfer any remaining funds on July 1, 2025 from the Apex Payroll Incentive Fund and the Apex New Employee Training and Education Fund and Apex Payroll Residency Incentive Fund to the State University's Universities Facilities Capital Renewal Initiative Fund for FY 2026. And then that this would be up to $13,200,000. And then we'll transfer 19.5 off from the ARPA interest to the State University Facility Capital Renewal Initiative Fund. So I'd stand for any questions.
That's your motion. We have a second? I'll second it. Discussion? Senator Peck.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like we're doing two things here. And from what we had already accomplished on the interest, ARPA interest, which would go into the State General Fund, I don't see how we would transfer $19 million from the ARPA interest to the state universities. I'm not going to at this time, but I may here in a little bit, Mr. Chairman, request dividing the amendment. So I'm just throwing that out because it looks like one might be something we could do, the other I'm not so confident we could accomplish. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So actually, you now have two sources of funding that would be going to this capital renewal, this facilities fund. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you talked about the 35 million we put in last year? 30?
Senator Fagg.
32,700,000.
So we're staying in that same ballpark there with these two funds. Is that correct? Thank you.
This is the bill that passed the Senate last year, that the House pulled this funding out. Senator Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a conflict with what we passed earlier with this? If we do this, is there a conflict?
Should not be, no.
So just putting it into
Two different funds, the way you fund it. It's just two different ways. Other questions?
This is the second largest unfunded liability we have, folks. And if we've got to stay focused on it.
Senator Peck?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still not confident that there's not some type of a conflict, but no matter if it is or is not, I see this as two different moves, and it's going to be up to the chair. I'm just going to ask to divide the question. If you don't want to, that's
It's just two different funding sources.
right.
So, Senator Alley.
my understanding that this is previously earned interest on this is what we're transferring.
Yes,
Correct.
The interest. That's one of them. The other one's the Apex fund that has around 7 million in it.
It's the ARPA interest is what it is. Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Anyone else have any amendments or discussion? Up, Senator Owens.
And I do too.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
you got one?
Apparently, there are a lot of loud people to your right that keep gathering your attention. We need to get a little bit rowdier on this side, apparently. I do have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, if the revisers would go ahead and hand that out for me. I sat on the Kansas Forest Service Advisory Task Force. You guys will recall a couple of years ago, we've had some pretty darn significant wildfires in the state of Kansas. We see wildfire as a huge issue on the east and the west coast currently. There was a wildfire task force that was set up in 2022, And this wildfire task force, coordinated by the Secretary of Agriculture, Mike Beam, spent quite a few meetings and length of time working on a wildfire remediation process and program. And so my motion would add 1,041,466 SGF to the Wildfire Suppression Estate Forest Service in that line item. This is under, if you guys will recall, Kansas Forest Service is kind of a quasi-agency under Kansas State University, which is why I bring this up currently. Let me add a little bit more context on this $1 million specifically. This will create a community wildfire protection plan and fuel reduction program, which is $209,943. It will create a dedicated fund for locals to match federal grants or provide assistance for mitigation, prevention, and recovery of $500,000. Training and equipment for prescribed burn association firefighters and others who wish to use prescribed burning as a mitigation tool in $150,000, and then also provide technical assistance for communities to obtain FireWise community designation, which is $81,000. The original request included 2 new full-time employees, FTEs. I am not requesting those 2 new FTEs. They will be able to, and I confirm this with them, repurpose employees within their agency to fulfill the required tasks. And I will go ahead and move my motion at this time.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? Senator Erickson seconds. Questions and discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Owens, are you done? Okay, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple. The first one is the bonding authority for Wichita State University. If they will hand that out. Yeah, this, while that's being passed around very quickly, this is for completing the second phase of the University Stadium project, which if you're familiar with Wichita State, they tore down the old Cessna Stadium and they have a new project going on, and this would be no more than $60 million to complete the next phase of that project. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Is that a motion?
That is, yes, I have a motion, please.
And a second? Senator Owens seconds. Discussion. Senator Petty.
So, was this in Wichita State's original request to us? And also, is this the 60 million? Is this SGF? Where is this coming from?
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just the authorization of bonds that they will sell. It's just giving permission for the issuance of those bonds. They have already started the project. This is the next phase in that, so it is not SGF.
Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have in the House position, there was $500,000 taken out for aviation research, if we have that one prepared. And this would restore that $500,000 that was taken out for aviation research to make it the $15 million. And that is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion, we have a second. Senator Owens seconds. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My final is a request for $750,000 for a feasibility study for a dental school in collaboration between Wichita State and Fort Hays. And that's my motion.
Motion, do we have a second? I'll second it. Discussion. Senator Fag.
What was the dollar figure on that?
$750,000. Mr. Chair, and we've known that there's a lack of dentists, and this would just provide an in-state pipeline, especially focused on hopefully getting those dentists to train here, to be educated here, and then with it being a collaborative effort with Fort Hays, that we would get them in the rural communities who are desperately in need.
Other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Right.
Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Erickson, you're done? Okay. Senator Petty.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment dealing with funding for the Promise Scholarship.
It's just language. Let's go. I had them. I don't know where I got so damn much junk here. I think I gave him the mic, maybe. Hey, Mike. It just gives them. Until they get the rest of them, and then okay, I'll find it. Okay, I'm ready for you, Senator Petty.
I'll move my proviso here. Give me a second. Mr. Chairman, would you look for a second?
We have a motion, a second by Senator Holscher. Senator Petty.
Okay. I'll be glad to speak to this. So we currently, as you all know, have the Promise Scholarship, and it's been extremely successful within our community colleges. This year, we had legislation to expand those institutions that are eligible to use the Promise Scholarship, and it has a $10 million cap, which is already at the max with the institutions that are using it. So right now, they can't offer the Promise Scholarship if the funds are not available there. And with the expansion of the number of schools that now are eligible, this would then raise the cap to be $15 million, so that those schools that have been added along with the ones that are currently there. And if you recall, the Promise Scholarship is it's in 5 areas. It's high demand areas for for people to move into jobs in Kansas. So it's very productive. We've just talked about a number of things of wanting people to stay in Kansas and work in Kansas, and this Promise Scholarship is helping to do that with our community colleges. So that's why the $5 million is issued. And actually, you all voted for this on the Senate floor, because this was we did raise that cap on the Senate floor to $15 million. So it is in the legislation. So it's just matched what's currently in legislation.
Questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to clarify. So the cap was 10. It would be 15 under this proposed amendment. Are we using that entire 10 every year? I honestly don't recall.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. Thanks for that question, and we are at the cap right now, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions on the Promise scholarships? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How long's that been in existence? Do we know the Promise Scholarship?
Senator Petty.
Thank you. I think this is the third or fourth year.
Okay. You know, that 10 million, my opinion is that we're kind of went through COVID. We gave out a lot of scholarships. We're in post-COVID right now, and I don't have a problem with what we got. I just don't like adding to that. So if we went over our limit, whatever the law is, we do that. I don't know if I want to do the other 5 million. That's my opinion.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have misheard you. Did you say that you were expanding the colleges that could use this, or are you expanding the program by 5 million?
Senator Petty.
So there's two things there, Senator. One, we had before us in the Senate, Senate Bill 44, and Senate Bill 44 expands the number of schools that are eligible to use this Promise Scholarship. That happened this session. And when that was on the floor, that we voted to raise that amount of funds from 10 million to 15 million. So this amendment is actually matching the legislation that the Senate already voted on. And the question was asked also about the current cap is 10 million, and the reason it needs to be increased is because we've already reached the cap, and now we've added more schools to be eligible to use this Promise Scholarship in these high demand areas. So it's the most in-demand fields while living and working. He also has to live and work in the state for 2 years after you graduate in order to be eligible to get the scholarship. That's the requirements that are there. This one doesn't pay students to leave, it pays them to stay. And it's one of only undergraduate scholarships that requires students to live and work in Kansas. So the legislature chose that they felt it was important to make this available to more than just the community colleges. So it also is available to the technical colleges. And then this year, it's adding some of the independent institutions as well. So that's why the need for the $15 million instead of the $10 million cap.
Senator,
That's your question.
Senator Alley.
So the 5 million, is it just for the additional students in different colleges, or is the total 15 million shared among the colleges that are now able to participate?
Senator Petty.
Thank you for that question. So the $15 million would be the cap that's available for all of the institutions now that would be able to offer the Promise Scholarship.
Other questions? So is this contingent on the bill passing that that passed the Senate? Senator Petty?
The raising the $15 million, I didn't put that in my proviso. I mean, I'd be happy to amend the proviso to say it has passed the Senate. I didn't double check to see where it is on the House side, but it has passed the Senate. So I'd be more than happy to include that that it be tied to the passage of Senate Bill 44.
Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed?
No.
Division.
Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion failed. Was you done, Senator Pretty? Okay, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got two of them. One is for bonding authority for Kansas State University. It's 23.5 million. There's no dollars associated with it, just the bonding authority.
Questions or second from Senator Owens? Questions, Senator Owens?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there, just for curiosity's sake, any specific, what's it for? What's it going to be used for?
Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's for the Call Hall and Weber Hall animal science facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Looks like they had it all typed up. I had no idea. Here we are. Yeah, so as I mentioned previously.
Questions or discussion on the amendment? It just gives them authority to bond. So, seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Senator Clays.
This one's for KU. Let's see if there's magic paper starts getting handed out.
Bonding authority on KU.
I withdraw the motion. It's already in 2007.
Okay, it's already in the bill, so won't need it. Anyone else have anything? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If they would pass out, I've got one back here. While they're passing it out, I'll kind of give you one sentence and you guys are going to see what's here. Back in 2023, the Board of Regents looked for additional student aid, financial aid. And the total of that was $22 million. So when they did that, that never went through a committee. It was a proviso that was put on at the end. We was in a period probably with COVID and trying to do things with that. And when you look at that, there is no, if you go back to Kansas Comprehensive Grant, they got matching funds. Well, there's no matching funds to this. There's no requirement of financial need. There's no thing that says funds only in Kansas students. How they could this fund be used towards international students or student athletes? So I'm saying there is no rails to this. And we do have a comprehensive grant. That's a totally different item that if you look back, I think in like 2017 when I first came, that was like 15 million and you split it and it was 7.5 million apiece. So we went from there to today, we got 40 million in this. And that is a one-for-one match. So when I look at this, money doesn't grow on trees. And I really feel like that this is something that is 21,784,26. It's not for 25, it's for 26 to kind of line up with this kind of thing. This isn't taking money away from the schools as much as it is taking it from the students. And we do have other sources of income that people can do. And I just feel like that this is the right thing at the right time. If we do a different program, we can do that. But at this point, I just feel like that this would be the right thing with, when I look at 2028 and it's in the red, folks, something's got to give somewhere, and here's a start.
We have a motion, second by Senator Peck. Questions, discussion. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, this is my kind of motions. It'll certainly help pay for some of that increased spending that the committee has already put but ends, so I think it's a good idea. I appreciate Senator Fagg bringing it, because I'm not going to rehash his talking points because he said it so eloquently, but I just appreciate it, and I'm going to support this.
Other discussion? Senator Petty.
I'm not so sure why anything like this has to be tied to COVID in any way, but I just offered for you, which you voted down, in addition to a scholarship that is in-state, that's last dollar. It was expansion of a program that's been highly successful at our community colleges. You know, we want our young people to stay in Kansas. These comprehensive, is that correct, sir? Comprehensive, since you didn't.
No, this is actually
These are
student financial aid.
student financial aid. I think sometimes we might be a little bit short-sighted in our decisions about why we don't support keeping students in Kansas to go to school in Kansas. I will not be supporting this.
Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with that in the respect that, I mean, I'm very appreciative of trying to save monies, but we already have a hard time competing with other areas to retain our students. And the fact that we want to make it harder for them to attend our colleges here in state is very concerning, so I will not be supporting. Thank you.
Other discussion? Seeing none? Oh, Senator Fagg, excuse me.
I might complete, when I asked about this, when they was presenting, they didn't even know what it was. And so where this thing's kind of hanging out there and has no rails to it. This could be funding out-of-state students. We have no idea what's being done with this money. Now, if you want to be accountable for money, this is where you do. And I think back when I went to school and you worked 2 jobs and, you know, you got to have some skin in the game, in my opinion, and we need probably to put a little more on the students as we go forward. So I move my amendment.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay, did anyone else have any changes? I know we're waiting on one. Senator Alley.
I didn't know whether, thank you, Mr. Chair, I didn't know whether we were going to address the EDIF now or later.
Yeah, that's in commerce. We'll do that when we do the commerce budget, if that's okay. That commerce, your commerce committee budget, when you report that back, we'll do it, or shortly thereafter. Senator Clays, can you explain it?
I guess I could give it a shot. There's 2 items for the University of Kansas. They have them written up, but one of them is the refinancing of the Wisconsin bonds for the Central District. And then the other one is $100 million in bonding authority for housing. That's already in there.
I hear you. I don't know why.
I don't either. I've got the worst mic and I talk a lot. Sorry. So yes, that's the one is for $100 million in bonding authority for housing. The second one, and I'm just making them all in one motion, is to refinance the bonds that were the Central District ones. The Wisconsin bonds that they did for the Central District project. It was a while back. Yeah, this is just a refinancing of those bonds under KDFA, I believe. We could certainly vote on that if everyone's comfortable with it, or we could wait for the written stuff to come up.
Senator Fagg.
One quick question. I was thinking the paper I saw said that there was 100 million for the cancer center. Is that something different?
That's already been, it's already in there. We asked that a little earlier, and it's in there. But thank you for asking.
So if you want a second on that motion, you can probably grab.
Okay, we have a motion, second by Senator Fagg. Discussion on the authority for KU to bond and readjust interest on a bond, refund, finance it, I guess you'd. Seeing none? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Did anyone have anything else? Well, committee, thank you for your work today. We will see everybody on Monday. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.